What's up, good people? We are back. Hopefully, most of you watched the pre-recorded stream that I dropped about an hour ago, and hopefully you made it back in here today. I'd like to thank everybody for coming on in. I see a few people making it right on in, bright and early. Shout out to Ilonga Savage, always mess up on your name. Shout out, but got a controversial one today. We're going to get into it. So, without further ado, let's get this thing going. Let's get this party started. Come on in. Make sure you hit the like button on your way in. I see a few people following in already. Make sure y'all hit that like button. If you're catching it on the restream, hit that like button. But without further ado, let's get it. And this is going to be a tricky one. Y'all can watch me. My intro is down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds, which means I have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to run upstairs and get my coffee. Let's see if I make it back in time. I might not. But we're going to see. But let me roll that intro. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Mumia Obsidian Ali. You know who I am. I need no introduction, right? And you're listening to the Grown Man Hour with my man Bernard Riley, heard weekdays right here on YouTube. What do you think about that? How about that? Now let's get back on with the show. Thank you.
So I kinda made it back in time. What's going on, everybody? What's up, salute? And shout out to everybody who made it in. I'm trying to get back set in my chair, nice and comfy, ready to get this thing started. Let me stop that screen share. Take care of a few things. All right. I had to run upstairs. Like I said, right in a little pre-intro. I was running upstairs to get my coffee together during the intro. It should have already been ready, but it wasn't. So I had to run up there. Had to get the cream in it and all that good stuff. And lo and behold, I was out of sugar. Had to grab some brown sugar. Had to get there's brown sugar in this coffee. I don't know how that's gonna taste. We're gonna find out. Yeah, too much milk. Okay, because I was out of cream too. I was out of cream and sugar, so I had to use milk and brown sugar, and it tastes like not good. But it's coffee. It's gonna do what coffee's supposed to do. But anyway, shout out to everybody that made it on in here. Ricardo Rodney, came through already bright and early, top of the hour with the super chat. Almost said super sticker. Thank you. Appreciate that. And shout out to everybody who makes it in bright and early before things get started. Yes, see Melody saying right there, like, share, subscribe, all of that good stuff. You see the Patreon info right there. Shout out to gotta give a special shout out to who we giving this shout out to? Corner Store Podcast. Nope, that's not what I was looking for. Hold on. Oh, there it is. Yep, I did get it. Yeah, give a shout out to Corner Store Podcast for becoming a Patreon. Appreciate shout out to you. But without further ado, let's shout out those that make it in bright and early before we get things started here. Native of Rain in the building. Shout out to you. Ligonia Savage. Ilonga Savage, who I already shouted out earlier. New back in the building was good. And thank you, New, for this, dropping that super chat on the pre-recorded premiere. I appreciate that. Professor Ozzy in the building says good morning. Body Thug, what's going on? Who else we got in the building? Aaron B, salute. The Mac the Trucker already shouted out Ricardo Rodney. Thank you again for that super chat, Ricardo Rodney. Who else we got in the building? We got New once again. Could never be too much cream in coffee. Yeah, but if it's milk, it's a different ball game. This is milk. Had to put in there because I was all out of cream. So this milk, that milk ain't hitting right. That milk ain't hitting right at all. I ain't feeling it. I ain't feeling it one bit. But whatever, it's coming together. It's gonna do what it's got to do, and it's gonna get the job done. But yeah. And that pre-recorded that I dropped, I'll touch on that before I get going, while I wait for people to come on in here. And that pre-recorded, yeah, it was excuse me. It was interesting because I didn't realize how much that was blowing up. I thought it was small. I thought I was breaking news because, I was busy yesterday. So I missed all the coverage of that situation, and I just was scrolling down my Instagram page, and I saw D.L. Hughley apparently posted that video of the black restaurant owner cussing out customers for twerking in his establishment. And I didn't know everybody was covering that. I didn't know it was going crazy. I just know when I got home late last night, I'd only saw one person post it. That was D.L. Hughley. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and make a pre-recorded video. So like late last night, well, I was working on it after midnight. So late last night, I went on and did a little pre-recorded on that. Then I found out by the time I was just about done, found out everybody was on it. Found out Kevin Samuels had talked about it in a different angle, just talking about whether or not twerking was classy and whatnot. Well, no, he hit a lot of the points that I hit too, if I'm not mistaken. I didn't get to hear all of what he was talking about, but I know he hit a lot of points. But I saw everybody was dabbling into that one. But so that's a thing that's out there. A black business owner who had to lay down the law in his establishment because there was just too much ratchetness going on. So there's that, and that's out there, and that's cool, and it's whatever. I don't like to make light of it, but the guy is taking some backlash. But the last thing that I saw, at least on a few comment sections that I was looking at it, more people seem to be coming to his defense than the initial backlash that he got. So it looked like a lot of people are coming around on it. But when I was watching D.L. Hughley's comment section, and D.L. Hughley himself says, how you going to talk about women being classy and respecting women, and you saying the F word to them at the same time, as if they can't twerk. They old enough to twerk on the table, but you can't cuss them out for it. It's a weird thing that happens where we're asked to show people respect while they're being disrespectful. If somebody spit in your face and then you slap them, It's wrong to slap people, but you just spit in my face though. It's like that's the dynamic that we got going on, where it's like we're just in a perpetual state of it's like political correctness can become the bully that tries to hold everybody hostage. Put it like that. You can't say this, you can't do this, you can't talk about this, you can't talk about that, because that's wrong, and you're offending this person, you're offending that person. Okay, this person who's your offending police is going around basically becoming the tyrant, becoming intolerant. I talked about that before. I was okay with gay people getting the right to be married. They was fighting for their seat at the table. They got their seat at the table. They got respect and acknowledgement and all of that. Their issues matter. They got their seat at the table. The first thing that the LGBTQRS want to do, once they got at the table, they want to tell everybody else what they can and can't say. They want to snatch the mic from everybody else once they got their seat. That's what's going on with a lot of the liberals. So it's a weird dynamic. I don't want to say it's whatever, because it shouldn't be like that, but it's what we're seeing. Is where the country is going. It's definitely where our community has went a long time ago, and part of the reason why black men not at the rate that I think they should, but at a noticeable rate, our bare minimum talking. I wasn't impressed with the voter turnout, but not with the voter turnout, but with the percentage that voted for Biden and Big Mala. That didn't put us in the light that I would like to see us in. I would like to see it be more, but it wasn't. It didn't get up to, we was predicting and hoping for at least 25% black men voting for the GOP. That's what a lot of us was hoping for. That didn't exactly happen. So there's that. But as far as this title of this video, when the supply of racism does not meet the demand of racism. That's what I'm going to be talking about here today. And there's two things that spearheaded this. One, it was a Larry Elder video where he said that, and I thought it was very fitting. I thought he made a lot of sense. And bare minimum, that's just a very wittily worded sentence that he just said casually, and I put it in the video title. So I'll be remiss if I didn't shout out to him that, yes, this video title comes from him. The other thing that inspired this is the brother Silent Lamont, who sent me an article that showed and proved that, let me find it. Let's find it. It said racism has cost the U.S. economy $16 trillion in the last 20 years and will keep costing the country money if things don't change. That's the article that I'm going to be going over. So that's what they're arguing, and that's what was presented to me. That's what Silent sent me. He said racism and white supremacy has cost the country $16 trillion. Basically, that's the argument. They're willing to pay $16 trillion to fund racism and white supremacy. That's what we're being told. That's what we're being told. So I'm going to go over that article. I'm going to read that article. Before I even get all the way into that article, I'll be remiss if I didn't play a clip of the Larry Elder video that bare minimum inspired the title. And again, my position on the likes of Larry Elder, people like him, I've never been a big fan of black Republicans who are always talking to white people about black people. I always felt like something just didn't sit right about that. The manosphere was a great place when I first found it because, well, Angry Man has been killing it with the political talk lately, but I don't think he was talking political that much at the time when I stumbled into it. But Obsidian definitely was. I believe O'Shea was. Well, he was having he was having on a lot of black conservatives, and he himself is a black conservative, and it was interesting. It was interesting. It was fun. It was a whole new experience seeing black people with a fairly sizable audience talking about being conservative. Black men talking to black men, for us, by us, talking about being conservative, talking about being Republican. That was a breath of fresh air. That was something I hadn't seen. That was something different. Whenever we've been doing that, it's been on either white radio, predominantly white radio stations, or white radio stations with a predominantly white audience, or the cable news, Fox News and all of that, predominantly white audience working for white people, speaking to white people about conservatism, but you putting a black spin on it, but you're not talking to any black people. I didn't feel like I was getting raw truth from them. So I didn't feel like I was getting raw truth about conservatism from a black man's perspective until the black manosphere. And so I was happy about that. I was happy about that. And it opened my eyes and made me realize that, yes, I've been done with the Democratic Party for a long time, just been voting for them out of habit. So there's that. So shout out to the Sphere. Shout out to the Sphere for that. For creating that market that wasn't there, that wasn't being tapped into. Shout out to them for that, and everybody who's put in that work. I'm going to play this clip. I probably won't play all of it, but I do want to play some of it just to give a little teaser trailer, just to set up for what I'm going to be talking about. What I'm going to be talking about when I dig into that article. So let's go. Where we at? There we go.
Have you ever noticed some people search for racism even when the alleged victim of racism doesn't believe he or she is a victim of racism? I'll come to that in a second. But some people view the world through race-tinted glasses. And see, the problem is racism has never been a less significant factor in American life. And therefore, since the demand for instances of racism has exceeded the supply, you have to figure out new sources. Enter terms like microaggression, enter terms like underrepresented. I mean, even after Joe Biden was declared the victory of this race, assuming he won the race, out came the race card, and Beto O'Rourke gave us a new term, foundational.
You know, I called this.
Before we get into him talking about foundational racism, it's interesting because you got to look at it like, you got to ask yourself the question, why do those instances, excuse me, I can't talk. You got to ask yourself the question, why do those instances come up where people like Juicy Smouye, faking racism. Like there's websites that actually deal with every fake claim of racism or any type of racist brutality. And that's why it's interesting with the whole it's interesting with I can't even see what Ty City said, but I'm already laughing. Katie, hold on, let me just look at it. Larry Elder is a weird, awkward dude. His pregame makeup, he not wearing like makeup. He wearing like the typical when you come on TV makeup where they just, just did, if you got a little two-tonedness, little blemishes, they just touch you up, His be just too obvious. Like you can kind of see it like jumping off of his skin. Is it? Yeah, so yeah, he's I mean, you say you're a weird, awkward dude. Okay. I don't know if he's weird and awkward. I took the time to watch his movie. I think he was the executive producer of it. And one of the writers on it, a documentary called Uncle Tom. I just recently took the time to watch that, and it was interesting. It was interesting. A lot of black conservatives talking and chopping it up, getting their views out there, breaking down a lot of the history and all of that. It was interesting. So, the more you watch him, you get a better feel of him and what he about, and you don't view him as weird, as you say. But yeah, I always felt like he was just a different type of guy, and I couldn't put my finger on it. But he says Absalom says Uncle Tom is serious. Yeah, it was a real good documentary. I might even watch it again. It was good. It was good, but no, his makeup be laid on thick. His makeup be laid on thick, and it's funny because in the Uncle Tom, when he was getting ready to do an interview somewhere, the makeup team, the makeup lady was sitting there brushing him up with, I don't even know what the thing is called, but she just was just patting his face with the little makeup thing or the brush, and I was like, whoa, okay, you got him. That's enough. That's enough. I was like, he good. Like, how much pre-TV, pre-camera makeup did the brother need? But yeah, they overdid him. I told y'all about that time I saw P. Diddy go off on Farnsworth Bentley because back when they was shooting Making the Band, P. Diddy showed up at the house too early, and Farnsworth Bentley got up, was walking around, and he didn't have his makeup on. And then P. Diddy was like, "What's up, man? The camera's rolling. Why you got your makeup on? Man, always stay camera ready, man. Always stay camera ready, man. Go get your makeup on." Like, he went off on him. I saw another man go off on another man for not having his makeup on early enough. Yeah. Those things happen. But apparently when you go on TV, they do that. They put makeup on you. It's a thing. It's a thing, I guess. Anyway, yeah, I mean, in this modern time, I think there's enough instances where something happened where we can definitely charge up America with being racist, but there are a lot of instances where people are demanding that there be racism when there's not racism, and it gets a little weird, and it turns into a situation where we're turning every stone, flipping every mattress, trying to find racism and everything, and that victim mentality, that victim narrative, has to leave. It's holding us back. That's why I talk about that as much as I talk about that. Shout out to Leo Anthony in the building, and y'all see what he's saying. Hit the like button, folks, and let me make sure that I've hit the like button already, and let me hurry up and go ahead and get into this video because I do got to dig into this article because it's interesting. It's an interesting article, so I do got to dig into that, but just let me double check and make sure that I've hit the like button myself, and which I haven't. We got 140 people in here, 54 on the likes. That's pathetic. Now that I've hit the like button, now you can too, because I led by example. So go ahead and hit that like button. Hit that like button. Let's get this thing going. All right. Where was we at? Okay. They're talking about the different terms, foundational racism, this or that. They're using different terms, different ways to describe racism, the microaggressions and all of that. It's little things that they're talking about because the hard-hitting things don't hit most black people in their day-to-day. Where we at?
And Beto O'Rourke gave us a new term, foundational.
I called this out in no uncertain terms on August 3rd and every day since then. And I was talking about it long before then as well. Racism in America is endemic. It is foundational.
Now, the woke are always talking about racism. But when you specifically ask somebody what to do about it, abada. You know Martin O'Malley? Martin O'Malley was a former mayor of Baltimore, former governor of Maryland. He ran for president in 2016. And when Dylan Roof killed those churchgoers in South Carolina, that morning, O'Malley was on the Morning Joe show on MSNBC. Hee-haw. And he was asked, after he talked about the problem of racism in America, what do we do about it?
But the president also talked about it in terms of the history of race and racial violence towards blacks. To what extent do you think that this was also something that gets at the core of some racial history that we still have?
Oh, I mean, from the reports I read, and let's be honest with one another, the facts are still evolving here. I mean, it would appear that the racial motivation was certainly a big part of what happened.
How do we address things like that?
We do it by acknowledging the racial legacy that we share as Americans, and I don't know exactly how we address this, Walter. I mean, look, we as Americans all share a very painful racial legacy, and we need to acknowledge it, and we need to take actions to heal it. But I don't think anybody's figured out the magic solution to that.
Now, an NBC.
Did he have to insert dog face here on him? But no, the reason people fumble like that, because sometimes it is difficult to talk about, okay, well, what do we do about it? Because most of the racism, it amounts to individual acts of racism. And how do you get rid of an individual act? An individual actor? There's always going to be individuals who are going to individually act and individually do things. And right now, while I'm in the midst of doing this, I got to go off camera for a second. Go ahead and pour that in there. I'm doing some off camera activities. Go ahead. Hurry up. Good. All right. Thank you. Just put that up there and turn the thing off. All right. Had to handle a few things live on the air. Is what it is. All right, I'm back. Had to get more black coffee poured into this coffee cup to offset all that milk I put in there. That milk ain't good for you. I don't even like milk, but it is what it is. But all right, back on it. Sorry about that.
Poll found that yes, 64% of Americans thought that racism was a problem in America. But then it also found that almost nobody talks about it with friends or even family. One finding in the poll that's worth noting is how rarely some Americans discuss race issues. Nearly half of the respondents, 47%, said race relations never or rarely come up in conversations with family and friends. This means while the majority of Americans think race relations are worsening, far fewer are discussing it with the people closest to them. End of quote.
And
but does that really surprise you? Does that really surprise you at all that less people are dealing with it, less people are affected by it? Because it's really the case that something extreme typically has to happen in order for you to be really affected by it. It's normally something extreme has happened, and when things extreme happen, they make the front news. They make it all over, and everybody sees it, and it's everywhere, and it's a big deal, and everybody can get together, join hands, and put a fist in the air for the act of racism they got caught on tape in a country with over 400 million people, where something is going to happen and they're going to put it in front of us and we're going to see it and we're going to react to it and we're going to use the share button, and we're going to share it and it's going to be all over. Those individual acts are the things that we tend to see more happening. I know the argument is, well, so many individual acts, it becomes a large scale problem. But then when you look at the data, when it comes to these acts, it's not showing that many acts of racism is happening to us. It's just not showing it. And what it comes down to is that, yes, racism exists because there's individuals who are racist, and those individuals can get in places of authority where they could do some racist stuff, and it happens. And they quite often get sued. I've talked about that before. A lot of black people make a lot of money suing people for doing racist things. But would it ultimately comes down for me is the average black person, even successful black people who got it together, will still talk a great deal about and complain about and have a lot to say about racism, clinging to it, like embracing it, like it's almost like it's something that we need. If we don't have that, we don't got nothing as a people. We gotta have racism to complain about. And I'm to a point where it's not helping us. It's not helping us. Being more industrious, owning more businesses, hiring more of our people. Those are the things that ultimately will help us. But there's rich people rich black people who got the power to hire a lot of people, but they rather complain about racism before they would figure out a way to employ more black people. Shout out to LeBron James on that. Somebody who I definitely enjoy watching play basketball, but don't like hearing him talk on these issues at all. I just bought a 70-inch widescreen. They only cost $478. Some things are cheap. That's cheap for a 70-inch. So I can't wait to watch some football this Sunday on that bad boy, and can't wait for the NBA to jump back off. I think December 22nd, right around the corner, 3 weeks, and we back on. But let's get back with it. Wayman Brown in the building. He said Larry Elder looks like he's just left the man. Come on, man. I'm telling you, they put too much makeup on him. They put way too much foundation on that brother, man. They need to ease up. They do be having him, looking casket ready for his show. He be looking casket ready. You ain't lying, man. They be having Larry Elder looking casket ready. No BS on that. No BS. The brother be casket ready.
I don't know exactly how we address this, Walter.
Now think about this. Majority of Americans believe racism is a major problem, yet they almost never discuss it with friends or family. How do you have something as a major problem and you never discuss it? And the answer is, it's not a major problem. And if it's not a major problem, what the hell are you supposed to say about it? In 1997, 23 years ago, Time Magazine, CNN did a poll of black teens and white teens to ask them about their perceptions of race relations. And the majority of both black teens and white teens felt race relations were a major problem in America. But then 89% of blacks, when asked whether racism was a major problem, a small problem, or no problem in your own daily life, they said no. Now, I tried to explain this to TMZ's Harvey Levin and his co-host, Charles. 1997, Time Magazine, CNN asked black teens and white teens about racism. Is racism a major problem? This is 23 years ago. Is racism a major problem in America? They said yes. But then the black teens were asked this: is racism a big problem, a small problem, or no problem in your own daily life? 89% said no problem or a small problem in my own daily life. In fact, more black teens and white teens said failure to take
but Larry, what did you say that study was? Hold on, Larry. You said that study was in 1997?
Yeah, before Barack Obama got elected and reelected. So I would think that whatever racism
1997, we're in 2020. You want to bring up a study that was done 23 years ago?
The same people who will bring up stuff from 80 years ago, 60 years ago, 50 years ago, all of that to explain how and why the country is racist and holding black people back and why black people can't get ahead. The same people who would do that are the ones that's criticizing him for bringing up a study from 23 years ago. Now, the interesting thing about that, for anybody who thinks that the country is more racist now than what it was back in 1997, and keep in mind, the further you go back, the closer you get to 1965, the Civil Rights Act. 1997 was just 32 years after the Civil Rights Act. So we're talking just 32 years. We a little over a generation out of the Civil Rights Movement in 1997. So you got to think that it was more racist back then. You know, the people who sprayed black people with water hoses, those people were still alive and, scraping 60. So you gotta process that one. If a cop was, 20 years old, 22 years old, 25 years old, spraying people with water hoses and sticking dogs on people, at 25 or at 30, Okay, how old? Do the math. How old is if he was doing that in 1965? How old is he in 1997? Do the math. He's still walking around. So you can't say we were less racist in 1997. The only reason people will say come to that conclusion is because I would argue that social media. I would argue the mere fact that every little thing, every slight racial tension, every point of contention, everything that's going on, it's in our hand. We see it. We see it, feel it, can touch it. It's there. It's there. It's unavoidable. I think that's more so what it is. The share button has brought racism right into our lap, into the palm of our hands. And it's to the point where a guy I worked with, good brother, he talked about how soldiers come back from the war, how they got PTSD from seeing, their fellow comrades, be killed right in front of them. They're seeing people getting blown up right in front of them and all of that. And they had all kind of issues going forward because of that. His argument is because as black people, we're seeing our people getting killed right in front of us, that we are just walking around with PTSD. But I'm sitting there thinking, I was still more liberal back in that time, but I was sitting there thinking to myself, like, wait a minute. We're not actually seeing our people get killed right in front of us, especially not in the context he was talking about. He was talking about the cops, police shooting, and police brutality and all of that. We're not exactly seeing that, but just the mere fact that it's on our phone. It's on our phone and we're seeing it, and he was arguing that it's PTSD, but the only reason that PTSD could even get argued for is because of the share button, because everybody is walking around with a camera attached to the palm of their hand. So due to us, our need to look for racism and share racism and sing kumbaya about racism, that the brother is arguing that, yeah, we got PTSD as black people because we seeing our people get killed on our cell phones in our hand, and then we share it so other black people can see it. I'm not saying don't share it. I'm just saying that it's kind of weird when you look at the stats, and we know that the stats show that black people aren't really getting killed by the cops at a really high rate. But whenever it happens, we put it in front of us. The media, the liberal media, quite often puts it in front of us. It feeds our need to be the victim, something that I want us to get rid of, regardless of where you stand on white supremacy or how much racism is holding black people back. I think we all can come together, sing kumbaya, and agree that the victim narrative is negatively affecting black people. I think we all can come together and agree on that one.
The relevance of it is, wouldn't you think that America was more racist in 1997 than now? Even then, black kids.
No, actually, I think it's more racist now than it was in 97.
Well, now that I have a little more time to elaborate, this study also found this. More black teens than white teens said failure to take advantage of available opportunities is a bigger problem than racism. Again, more black teens than white teens said failure to take advantage of available opportunities is a bigger problem than racism. That was 23 years ago, before the election and re-election of the first black president. Now, as I mentioned, some people see racism even when the alleged victim of racism doesn't see it. The Dodgers recently won the World Series. It turns out the only black player in the World Series is a Dodger named Mookie Betts. He didn't know it, and I didn't know it.
Well, Mook, when you get to the World Series, everything's magnified. And one of the things everybody's talking about across the country, you're the only African-American player in the World Series. So when did you learn that? And what are your thoughts when you think about that?
Learned it just now.
I mean, the man said he just now learned it, but I thought everybody was talking about it.
One of the things everybody's talking about.
So now let's finish.
All right, let me deal with this super chat. Our Stalwart says it's an evolution, Bernard. We go from liberal to conservative to independent. A lot of you are stuck at the second phase of black manhood. So I'm interested. It's interesting that you say that those are phases of black manhood, going from liberal to Republican to independent. I think that's nonsense. I think that all you're really trying to do. See, okay, this is my take on you. I don't know you, but this is just my take on you. You're one of those people who vote Democrat, but say you're an independent. And an independent, when it comes to being an independent, is the I describe that the way that I describe agnostics when it comes to theism. You know, the theist who believes in God has his beliefs. The atheist draws a hard line in the sand about what he does not believe. The agnostic, I always say, an agnostic is really just an atheist who just don't got the balls to just say it. Or he's a theist who just don't got the balls to publicly stand on the courage of his convictions. And a lot of times independents play around in that realm. Now, I'm not saying there's no true independent. You can be a true independent, but when you're an independent, but everything you do and say is counter the Republican Party or Republican narrative or conservative narrative, or when you're a Democrat, or when you're an independent, but everything you do is counter the liberal or Democratic narrative, I think that there's a possibility with some, not all, but there's a possibility with some who are just playing both sides. Who are truly just playing both sides. Okay. I'll say it like this. I think I summed it up best when I said some people, they don't publicly want to stand on the courage of their convictions. It's one thing to say, I'm not this. I am this. I get that part, not want to say firmly, I am with this party. I am with this group. I get that. And I get the knowing what you're not. Like, I know I'm not with the liberals, with all the junk that they stand for. I know I don't stand with them. Now, with the Republicans, with the conservatives, it's a lot of things that they don't stand for, that they stand for, that I can't stand beside. I think they're too religious. I think that they real goofy when it comes to global warming. They'll deny some science in a minute and just tote the party line. They do a lot of goofy stuff. But I know I'm more conservative than what I am liberal. So I'm just going to just have some balls and call myself a conservative and vote for the party that's more conservative. If I was to call myself an independent, that would be just for show. Now, if you want to talk about black people creating their own party or getting their own black agenda and withdrawing from any party into any party, either party does something to push our agenda, then now we talking. But to define it as black manhood, dude, that's a reach. Stuck in the second phase of black manhood, that's a reach. That's a deliberate attempt to shame somebody out of being a Republican, something that only Democrats do. So your liberalism, your democratism, your Democrat is showing, bruh. Your Democrat is showing. I'm just gonna say that because you're using shaming language. You stuck at the second phase of black manhood, trying to say somebody's less of a man because they're conservative. That sounds like Joe Biden. You ain't black if you vote for Trump. I'm sorry, you might be an actual, real, true independent. Who knows? But your Democrat is showing, brother. It's hanging out. He says I voted for Trump in 2016 and neither in 2020. Okay, fair. I'll take your word. I'll take your word. But normally when brothers start trying to shout out to Complex, says hashtag technocrat. Yeah, at least, yeah, Complex does have his own idea and platform or this or whatever. Own, you know. But how do you what party would you say even remotely lines up with what your views are? You probably would have to say neither. You probably would have to say neither. I'm divided on that whole party. See, okay. I'm okay with the protest vote, but I think a protest vote needs to be organized. And the reason I brought up protest vote, because in my mind, I do feel like to some degree you have to vote Democrat or Republican. Otherwise, you're voting for somebody. You're voting for somebody who you know is not going to win. You're voting for somebody who you know is not going to win. And I don't think that's a good voting tactic to vote for somebody who you know is not going to win unless it's organized. Unless it's organized. If it's organized, if a group of people get organized and say, we're not going to vote for either, but we're going to get our agenda and we're going to hold it back and hold our votes back until somebody does something on our agenda, then they'll get our vote. That's the only time I say that, yeah, don't vote for either one. Let it get organized. But a rogue individual saying I don't vote for either one, I don't think that moves the needle. It's a protest vote, but a protest vote that doesn't move the needle. If you're going to do a protest vote, I think it should be done in a way that moves the needle. Shout out to Corner Store Podcast becoming a Patreon, my newest Patreon. Yeah, I see him scrolling down there at the bottom. Shout out to him. But, all right, thank you for the super chats, our Starworth. You always come through the super chats. I appreciate people that come through and disagree and give pushback. I always enjoy it. I like the debate. One of the original ideas of this show was for it to be a debate show, and we used to have a lot of debates on here, and it turns into a lot of shootouts and a lot of beefs. I'm still down for the debates. Still down for the back and forth. I want less beef, but I'm good for the back and forth. The back and forth is good. I'm down with it. I rock with it. I absolutely do. So thank you for coming through and giving some kind of pushback. I appreciate it.
Finish Mookie Betts' answer.
It's tough to say. I mean, obviously there's got to be more of us here, but it starts in the inner cities that we have to give back and whatnot. And I'm doing my part, putting some programs together to get us into baseball. And but I hope everybody's there out here watching, because I'm 5'9", 170 pounds, just like the majority of us, and so anything's possible.
What's he supposed to say? This ain't 1947. Nobody's stopping anybody black from playing. So Mookie didn't know what to say, so he just went, ah. Do you think Mookie Betts faced obstacles like Frank Robinson, Jackie Robinson, Bob Gibson, the late Bob Gibson, who recently died? It's insulting to suggest that Mookie went through what these guys went through.
Well, anger came from racism. Of course it did. But racism was a way of life, that it was stuff that I had to deal with on a day-to-day basis. I didn't every once in a while go somewhere and all of a sudden there it was. No, it was there, and it followed me all the way through my childhood, and not just through the childhood, through the first part of my major league career. It was there.
And Mr. Betts just signed a 12-year deal with the Dodgers worth $365 million. So yeah, his pathway was a little easier than, say, that of Bob Gibson. Now, do you guys know who Phil Ivey is? The Tiger Woods of poker?
You can just feel the tension in the room.
Cool.
He says cool. This is a monster, and it is the hand that Phil Ivey has been waiting for. $807,000 pot. Incredible. Absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
In a 60 Minutes profile of this young black superstar, he was asked,
has race been a factor at all?
Has race been a factor? No. Not in poker. In poker, they only see one color, that's green.
No racism there.
Hopefully at this point y'all can see the problem with them finding black people who are successful and saying, but wait, tell us about the racism. They're like, no, they're not seeing it. They're not feeling it. They're not experiencing it. And it's a weird thing that happens. It happens all the time where black people who have made it, who are successful, who got it out the mud, now they're on TV making millions, telling other black people why they can't be successful, or why it's so hard for you to be successful. But I'm successful. I'm up here, but it's hard for you to be successful. Well, you probably won't be successful as a person on TV making millions, but you can damn sure be productive. Like, how do we lose sight of that? Like, how do that get lost in this sitting here in America? I think this is a video where I think it's going to be brought up on this video. I'm not 100% sure. I watched it one time. But it's been some talk about how if Black America was a country, was its own country, it'll be the, I think the 15th richest country in the world. Got to think about that one. Even without us not owning as much as we should own in terms of land, even with us having a relatively low net worth, which we're going to get into when I read the article about how racism has cost this country $16 trillion, apparently. We're going to get into all of that. But yeah, it will be the 15th or 16th, I believe 15th richest country in the world. That's what they've estimated. That's what the so-called professionals have said. It'll be like the 15th or 16th richest country in the world. Black America. 1.3 trillion spending power. Excuse me. Money's not quite circulating through the hands of black people, through black businesses, like it ought to be, like we wish it would be. I'm going to go support some black businesses when I get off of here. One weird thing that happens when it comes to supporting black business, and I've been guilty of this. We will support a black soul food place. We'll go in there and get them fried chicken and them greens and be like, yeah, I'm supporting black business. No, Negro, you fat ass, your fat ass supporting your habit. The black business just happen to be supplying it. I think you're supporting black businesses if even if they're few and further between, you do a little research and you find out, where they are. If you're trying to buy some furniture, if you got to do a little research, find out, is there a black owned furniture store? And that's when it gets tough. That's when you're really about that life. And that's where I got to step my game up. But I support the little rib joint down the little rib joint up the road. They got some good specialty barbecue sauce that old grandpa made back in 1967. That's how we support black businesses. If the black business is supplying our habit, we support it. Oh man, let me get out of there. The Afro Wolf says, no, you support whoever has collard greens and ribs. Yeah. Get out of there, Olu TV. Falcon Black, he says, I'm supporting diabetes. Saluddin El Rahim says, yeah, but if Black America was a country, we blowing most of our budget on hair hats, wigs, and butt implants. That's actually why I got in the hair hat business. That's literally why I got in that business. Somebody once said that the way you always have money, you gotta get in the business. You want to be the person who sells something that people go broke buying. If people are going broke buying it, you should try to look into selling it. That's how I got in that business. And it's a weird business, a lot of learning experiences, some money to be made, but it's ups and downs and ebbs and flows and all of that in that. And when those stimulus packages hit, when those stimulus checks dropped, a brother got paid. That's all I say with that one. I did get paid. I got sold out. So even in a time of crisis during a pandemic, they talking about people hungry, being out on the streets. No, when they got their stimulus check, they bought they bought weave. We need our weave. I don't wear it, but they need it. Can you send me some bundles for my birthday? Nope. You need to let your scalp breathe. Your scalp haven't seen the sun since 97. You've been wearing let it breathe. Let it breathe. Yo, you need to get some air. You need to let the sun in. Man, why y'all got me off subject? You know what?
And then there's rapper.
This space on YouTube is so like normally if you essentially doing two different businesses, you should cross advertise. No. This space is so damn messy. I will never merge the two. Never. This is nah. Negroes don't know how to act around these parts. I'm never merging the two. Ever. All right. Back on to the show. Michael Ross says the older you get, the less edges. Yeah. I mean, after like it's some women they get okay. Let me not talk about people who not talk about customers. Some of them, they 45 and been wearing it since they was 16, 15. I mean, like it's some of them like they got a 30-year career of wearing it. It's like, yeah, it can get bad. It can get bad. Let me just say that mildly. But no, it's a business. I recommend brothers get in. Brothers, yeah, we got to get into that. I've talked about that before. I will always talk about that. I will repeat that too. I'm blue in the face when you look at rather we talking nail shops, hair stores, all of that stuff. It's essentially what it comes down to. I've heard some brothers say black women, if they buying that, they need to get into those businesses. But then we kind of asking black women to, we kind of asking black women to compete with Asian men. We're asking somebody who's economically at the bottom to compete with somebody who's economically at the top. And we ain't economically knocking it out the park either, but it is I feel like as men, we got to do it because from far back, you go into the nail salon. I mean, the little nail shops where they doing toes and doing hands, doing nails and plucking eyelashes and eyebrows and doing all that stuff that they do. Yeah, you see women in there doing the work, but it's a man who actually owns it. So those are men who are owning those businesses, and they got their hoes working in it. I shouldn't say that. Their wife and children, sisters, aunties, and all of that. They got the women doing the work. So yeah, brothers need to get into that business, and black folks need to support that when black folks get into that business. So I can't wait until I get to the point where I can go beyond you know, just having an office set up, have a full-blown storefront. I do have an office. I guess that counts as a brick and mortar, but it's not just like a, it's not a store yet. Hoping that it gets there. Whoa. Somebody said human trafficking? Really? Omega Dreads, that's what you're going with this? That's what you're getting out of this, huh? That's what you got out of what I said. I said their family and loved ones in there working. And you said human trafficking. Shame on you. Jesse says, how do you deal with the Koreans? I don't know what you mean by how do I deal with the Koreans? I don't got to deal with nobody. I mean, the business is essentially online. I have a office that they can come to if they, after the contact is made online and they figure out online if I have what they want, then they can, they want to see it before they buy it, they can come to the office and check it out. During Corona, I haven't even been doing that. During Corona, I've been delivering. So that's that. But it's an up and down business. It ain't easy. She says, that's a good point, Bernard. I will likely get into the beauty supply business as well. These dimes are expensive to maintain. Yeah, that's a good sell. If you meet you a chick, she come to your crib, you done bought everything in bulk and wholesale. You got all the beauty products in there she need. What you need, girl? What you need? I got you. Yeah, that's a good sell. You can reel them in with that. Because some of that black hair care, like when they trying to go natural, that's actually kind of expensive to maintain too. Not as expensive as buying some really expensive bundles, but a little small jar. I don't know, a little small jar about this size right here. Them things be costing $19.99 sometimes just to fix those messed up edges. All right, get back. Let's get back on with it.
Lil Wayne.
Where are we in the United States of America in race relations and what you see from day to day in your life?
Skip, they wouldn't want to ask me that. They wouldn't want my answer to represent it because God knows I have been nothing but blessed. My whole path, these 33 years have been nothing but a blessing. I have never, never is a strong word, never dealt with racism, and I'm glad I didn't have to. And I don't know if it's because of my blessings. I don't know if it's, but it is my reality. So I would have to say, not only did I thought it was over, I still believe it's over, but obviously it isn't.
So you've never experienced any offensive behavior from any other color or?
No, sir.
Wow.
Now, it's two things to be said to that. One, yes, Lil Wayne is rich, and he's been rich since he was a teenager, and that does give you a different life experience than the average person. So there's that. The other part of it is Skip Bayless practically badgering the witness. So you're telling me you've never received or experienced any racism? Any racism at all? He backed up and asked him again, came back in and asked him. It's like, stop trying to demand. Quit being a white liberal trying to demand that a black person complains about racism. It just gets goofy. The victim narrative got to get dropped.
Yeah. When the demand for racism exceeds the supply, you got to come up with new sources.
Has race been a factor? No.
So you've never experienced any offensive behavior from any other color or?
No, sir.
Now, you remember when Tiger Woods first hit the scene and they wanted to make sure that we all knew that he was woke?
Do you ever feel under any kind of pressure or any kind of prejudice? I mean, golf's quite often seen as a.
All right, I hope he's trolling. Hold on, where's that? I hope you're trolling. He said, "Okay, brother Black Idris, you are diverting our queens away from being natural beauty. I couldn't divert them away from that if I tried." It was a goddamn $11 trillion business before I ever tried to get a little small piece of that pie. Just a little small, tiniest little sliver of that pie. But you're going to try to say I'm diverting them from it? Really? You ain't said nothing all this time, but a black man tried to reach in and get a small little piece of the crust of that $1 trillion or $1 billion pie, and then now you want to smack my hand. What kind of shit? Oh, I swear. And I'm with a black woman, I'm in a relationship with a dark-skinned black woman who rocks her natural hair, who got an afro. A little kinky, twisty, swirly, dirly looking afro, but it's an afro nonetheless. If they're wearing it, I'm going to sell it. When they go natural, I will convert to selling natural hair products. It's just that simple. You supply the demand. You don't demand that they want what you're supplying. That's business one-on-one. Come on, brother. Brother Black Idris. Get it together. Corner Store Podcast in the building. Says, thanks, Bernie, for the shout out. It's payday, and I'm generous today. Man, appreciate you. Came through with a heavy-handed super chat. When I get off the air today, I promise I'm going to try to figure this thing out. It's just been lying dormant, this little thing. So I got to get some sound effects, some bombs, and all that stuff. I got to get all that going on over here. Probably a better way to do it. Probably just an app. I just get with Obsidian because he be having them little sound effects. He be having that little. I think he click a little something on the mouse and then damn, and all of that. So yeah. I gotta contact somebody and see how the little sound effect game work. I don't think I got the right equipment, but I think it's an easy way to do it without the equipment. But I got to figure all that out. But shout out to Corner Store Podcast for coming through with the heavy-handed super chat. Appreciate you. Ray Clemens in the building says, don't dignify that with an answer at Bernard Riley. Yeah, I had to. I couldn't help that one. Somebody say something goofy like that to me. I can't pull back on that one. I can't. Okay, where we at? I see GA. Damn, somebody deleted GA boy. What do you say? Shit, as a black man from the deep south, I have never had racism in my face in real life. Why did I get deleted? That must have been an accident. But I read your comment, GA boy. All right, let me get back in this. They talking about Tiger Woods. Now, I didn't know I was going to be talking about this too long. Y'all got me distracted. But thanks again, Corner Store Podcast. Appreciate you becoming a Patreon. They talking about how Tiger Woods came out talking about racism and all of that.
An upper class white game. Did you ever feel that at all?
Every time I go to a major country club, always feel it. You can always sense it. People are always staring at you. What are you doing here? You shouldn't be here. When I go to Texas or Florida, you always feel it because they're saying, why are you here? I'm not supposed to be here. And that's probably because that's where all the slavery was.
Has anybody benefited more from golf than Tiger Woods? But no, they try to turn him into Malcolm X.
Hey everyone, Sam Ovens here. And today I've got this pot at the end of this rainbow.
Yeah, whoever that is, we keep reminding me that YouTube Premium is like $8, I think. Yeah, I probably should go ahead and pay for that.
60s when I was 12. I won the U.S. Junior Amateur and I was 15. I played in the Nissan Open when I was 16. I won the U.S. Amateur when I was 18. executive U.S. amateur titles. There's still courses in the U.S. I'm not allowed to play because of the color of my skin. But I'm not ready for it.
There are still courses that I can't play because I'm black. Really? James Glassman, columnist, Washington Post. The only problem is that in the case of Woods, it's based on a lie.
Whoa. There's James. He said they got the Glory music. That music was from the movie Glory. If so, that's even funnier. The audio was kind of bad on that. So if you missed what was said there, he was just talking about all his accomplishments but then he said there are still golf courses that he can't play at because of the color of his skin. That was just in case you didn't hear all that.
The only problem is that in the case of Woods, it's based on a lie. I called Nike to get a list of the courses he's not allowed to play. Finally, the company's public relations director called me back. You're absolutely right. Tiger Woods can play on any golf course he wants. In other words, the ad campaign's entire premise is wrong? Well, not exactly. The goal of the ad, he said, was to raise awareness that golf is not an inclusive sport. But Glassman writes, in this country, merit trumps race. That fact is one of the glories of our market republic. If you're good enough, people will buy what you're selling, no matter who you are, end of quote. Now, remember the scandals this married man got involved in?
I'll just stop right there because the SYSBM, y'all getting excited. It's white girls on the screen. Uh-oh, y'all losing your mind. Like, yes, show all the wonderful white queens that he had sex with. Absolutely. No, just playing.
Notice all of the alleged mistresses and notice his wife. None of them, quote, people of color. They all appear to be white. Now, has any reporter said to Tiger Woods, yo, Tiger, what's up with all the white women? Can you imagine what would happen if any such reporter said such a thing?
You're fired.
And on any given Sunday, if Tiger Woods is in contention, the ratings go through the roof.
Many doubted we'd ever see it. But here it is. The return to glory.
Now, to quote John O. Sullivan, then editor of the National Review, white racism does exist, but its social power is weak, and the social power arrayed against it, overwhelming. As my friend and mentor Thomas Sowell puts it, racism is not dead, but it is on life support, kept alive by politicians, race hustlers, and people who get a sense of superiority by denouncing others as racist. So can we knock it off? Racism, once again, has never been a less significant factor in American life. Now, finally, as of right now, the election is still being contested. What I don't get is why Democrats don't have a vested interest in making sure that the American people, including those who did not vote for Biden, feel that they lost fair and square.
Is it possible to strengthen the bladder by practicing?
More ads, more ads, more ads.
You can get more control over their bladder.
Yeah. How many of those guys in office owe everything to me? I made them. Yeah, I made them just like a tailor makes a suit of clothes. I take a nobody, see? Teach him what to say. Get his name in the papers. Now, paper his campaign expenses. Dish out a lot of groceries and coal. Get my boys to bring the voters out. And then count the votes over and over again till they added up right and he was elected.
I'm Larry Elder, and we've got a country to save.
All right. I did not plan on talking about that for that long. I didn't even think I was going to watch the whole thing, but it got kind of fun, and y'all got me off topic a couple times. So that happens, and we just chop it up, and we kick it, and we chill. But let me get into the main thing that I wanted to talk about here today. want to get into the main thing that I want to talk about here today. So let me bring that on up. Let me bring that on up real quick. Give me 1 second. Stand by. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, okay. Yep, there it is. Racism has cost this country $16 trillion. How so, you may say? How so? Well, we're going to explore that. We're going to turn that stone. We're going to figure out how exactly has racism cost this country $16 trillion. We're going to get into that. I don't know what they're asking me, but maybe later. You see, it says right there. This is coming from businessinsider.com. And there it is. You see the title. Racism has cost the country $16 trillion in the last 20 years and will keep costing the country money if things don't change. Now, the bullet points here is, as you can see right there, you should be able to see it. That's not exactly as big as I would like it to be. I would like for y'all to be able to see it and read it and know I'm not making it up. Okay. Here goes. Here goes. Centuries of discrimination have created cavernous wealth gap. Created a cavernous wealth gap between Black and white Americans. Today, Black Americans own an estimated 1/10 the wealth of white Americans, 17,150 for Black families compared to 171,000 for white families. As I have always said, how did I say it? I said cavernous. Oh, I'll be messing up when I be reading. I said cavernous. I think I said that right. Let's see. Let's see. He says this gap is not only bad for Black people, it's bad for the U.S. economy too. I want to go back and click on these and get the. Hey, I thought I could click on each one of those. Wait, that's not acting right. Hold on, we'll circle back. It's not only bad for Black people, but Black people is bad for the U.S. economy too. Researchers estimate that the racial wealth gap has cost the U.S. economy $16 trillion since 2000. If the gap closed today, the GDP would see a $5 trillion boost in the next 5 years. I'm not actually convinced by that one because there's a lot of factors in that. There's a question of rather or not. Because there's a such thing as competition of resources, it's a fair question that if Black people at the same rate of white people had the same wealth, would the wealth of some white people drop down? Would the wealth of some of the Black people that are already doing well, would that drop down? There are questions. It's a lot of moving parts, and sometimes there's not solutions, there's only trade-offs. So if it would probably come down to a trade-off if Black people were wealthy at the rate that white people were wealthy. It probably wouldn't be just a plain outright all white people stay exactly where they at and Black people raise up, and then there's more overall, the GDP and everything else goes up. So it's I don't know if it's exactly like that. That's something that got to get researched a little more. But anyway, here we go. Since the start of slavery, they got to go back to slavery, even though Larry Elder couldn't go back to the 50s. No, he couldn't go back to 1997. They went back to slavery. So since the start of slavery, racism has cost Black Americans an estimated $70 trillion. Today, thanks to centuries of discrimination, racial wealth gap between Black and white Americans is cavernous. In 2016, the Brookings Institution estimated that Black Americans own about 1/10 of the wealth of white Americans. Let's just read the bullet points again, but it's going to get interesting. So give me a second. There's 17,150 for black families compared to 171,000 for white families. The gap persists at every income level. This is the interesting part. Among the top 10% earners, we talk a lot about that top 10% top 10%. We talk a lot about that. Among the top 10% earners, the median net worth for white families is a whopping $1,789,300, whereas black family earning the same income has a median net worth of $343,000. Now we got to take a pause. Got to take a pause. Got to stop and think real quick. Most of someone's net worth, most of a family's net worth is tied up in what? If you've been listening to me, you know I've talked about that. Most of the family's net worth is tied up in homes. It's not just actual liquid cash that they could reach out and grab. It's tied up into a house. It's not really a big deal for a married couple to buy a $300,000 house. $400,000 houses, those, you know, that married couples buy those all the time. Also, married couples who buy $300,000-$400,000 houses, they get old and they die. And they pass that on down. Now, I talk about how in this country, how the average white person is not making that much money. Average white man makes around $50,000. Average white woman somewhere in the area of, I used to say 41,000. I think that's the excuse me. It's 41 or 46. I forgot. But the average white family, they tend to combine for, you know, the median income. Combine is less than $100,000 when the husband and wife working together. Or they just say white families in general. When they say white families, they typically mean husband and wife working together. Around $90,000. A black family with two people in it, by the way, black family with two people in it, typically combined for $75,000. That's comfortably middle class. So black people getting together and working together, acting like they got some damn sense, puts you in the middle class. Even if you're just an average income earner, you're living a fairly comfortable middle class life with room to grow. If you're if it's, you know, two people in the house working together, same with white people. But that net worth is a different thing. And that's why that's why it's tricky when it comes to celebrity net worth. You know, if they say somebody has a net worth of $5 million, we literally think they can go to the bank and deposit $5 million. That's not how it works. Net worth is tied up into so much. It's so much that makes the net worth. But there's a lot of property, a lot of land in this country, a lot of homes in this country that were bought, many of them years ago, and many of them are still in families. So there's a lot of families that, you know, that you know, the husband and wife owns multiple homes. You know, they probably got left a home from each side. They got left a home. So there's that. So yeah, that net worth is up there. So yes, black people need to buy more property. But when you talk about a net worth difference between people in the top 10%, people who have the money, we're talking about people who have the money. I'm sorry, that comes down to decisions. If you have the money and you have the credit score, even if one bank gives you a hard time, and quite often it's normally more to it than just the bank just giving you a hard time, as if banks aren't interested in making money. More times than not, there's a reason that you're being denied, if you're being denied. But even if there is some bad practices, there's black-owned banks. I always say to people, they try to say they didn't get a loan and they want to say it was exclusively because of racism. I always say, okay, what did the black bank say when you went to them with the same income, the same credit, the same debt? What did they say? It's like we want to look at everything and call it race. That's why the title of the show, when the supply of racism does not meet the demand. We're demanding that there's more racism than what it actually is. But when you're talking about the 10%, talking about the 10%, the top 10%, I'm sorry, if there's that big of a wealth gap between people in the same socioeconomic status, a lot of that comes down to decisions of the individuals on the ground, and a lot of that comes down to the decisions of the parents. Now, if you go back far enough, then yes, there were times when Black people couldn't get the things that they wanted, and so there's not enough wealth just left sitting there in the family. I get that. But a lot of times, the wealth that a particular white family has, a top 10% white family, is normally decisions that those top 10%ers made to establish themselves, and decisions that their parents made to set up the children. I see Silent Lamont in the building. Damn, I'm way down there. I'm way behind the chat. Silent says, however, regardless of whether the bank owns the home, those white families were able to take out equity in order to start businesses, getting a head start. I explained this already to you folk. Yeah, I own a home. My home is paid for. My home ain't worth $400,000, ain't worth $200,000. I can keep going down even further, but I'm not. But either way it go, I can take equity out of this house to start a business. So I don't, that's why I don't necessarily understand that point. If you own a home, you can take equity out your home to start a business. You showed your neighborhood you live in and all of that. If you had children, yeah, you can leave that to all of that to them. That's generational wealth. I'm not seeing where the point of contention is there. You're saying they could do something as if they were given I don't understand it. I just don't understand it. I'm not seeing you talking about something that Black people can't do. Bernard, again, you have people who have generations of a head start, man. And for comparing the two people, one party is able to start 100 years before you when you're asking why are we not equal. Okay. I understand that if people got wealth built up, sitting around, laying around, property, homes that they've owned, that they bought for little or nothing, that grandma and them bought for little or nothing back in, 1955, 1967, back when there was some real deal serious racism going on. I get that. If white families just got those houses just sitting in their family, they rent them out here and there. It's really just wealth to just sitting there that they can't do nothing with. But in the event that they did want to start a business, yes, there are some white people who got, access to that. They could sell that house. They could pull equity out their house. They can use that. They can flip things to get ahead. So I get that. I get how you go back far enough. There's enough that was handed down to where on average, the average white person will have more of an advantage. I can follow that logic, but I can't follow the something is stopping us today logic, because shout out to Ramil. He talk about all the time how a lot of more rich people than what you would think recently became rich. They got it done in their lifetime, in their generation, and generational wealth that gets handed down. It typically don't stay in the family. The majority of it don't even stay in the family. It gets basically liquidated, watered down over time. So the generational wealth argument, I mean, I get it, I understand it, but it ain't end all be all. And I'm not seeing racism today stopping black people from doing what we need to do. But the thing that they're doing with this article is they're saying just simply the mere fact that there's a difference in black people and white people today, it's because there's racist practices happening today. And if they just stop these racist practices today, not if they were arguing that, hey, if we could get a time machine, get a silver DeLorean, go back and change the culture and change the policies and change everything back in 1940 or 50, and then, you know, get back into the silver DeLorean and time travel back into 2020, we would see a different result. Okay. I can follow that one. I could definitely follow the logic on that one. If they're saying racist things in the past has affected some things going forward in the future, I can understand where that's coming from. But what I just cannot understand is to make the argument that the racism that we're seeing today within, I don't know, the last 40 years, that's the reason for that big of a gap. Racism. End all be all, no questions asked. It's racism. Like, no. That gap ain't that big just off racism. It's cultural problems going on. Cornelius Edwards, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Appreciate the super chat. I feel like I missed somebody's super chat, but appreciate you, Cornelius Edwards. All right, let me get on with it. Let me get on with it. Where we at? Thanks for sending me this article, though, Keith. It goes without saying that this is bad for black families and individuals, but this type of racial inequality is bad for the broader U.S. economy, too. What the racial wealth gap costs the U.S. economy. In a Zoom panel discussion hosted by Business Insider last month, experts from a variety of fields, higher education, business, and financial planning discussed the cost of the racial wealth gap and how to close it. Now, that's interesting. That's a conversation I enjoy. They're talking about how to close it. All right. Give me 1 second. Trying to take another sip. Get out of there, hood conservative. Says statistics are racist because numbers are racist. All right, an assistant professor of economics at the University of Massachusetts, Boston, and co-author of The Economics of Reparations, illuminated the cost of racial inequality in the U.S. economy. Citing a 2019 McKinsey report, Francis explained that if the racial wealth gap suddenly closed in 2019, the United States GDP could be 4% to 6% higher by 2028 than it will be. Citigroup offered its own estimate of the cost of the racial wealth gap. If the gap closed today, the GDP would see a $5 trillion boost in the next 5 years. And if the gap had closed 20 years ago, in 2000, the GDP would be $6 trillion higher. Wealth inequality. Okay, so that's the interesting part. They're going with the last 20 years. So if you close the wealth gap in the last 20 years. So they're not talking about racist practices in the past at that point. If they're narrowing it down or focusing on like the last 20 years, if we did things to close the wealth gap, so black people who don't have a lot of wealth, if we did things to get them more wealth, then the gap would close and the country would be better. But then it turns into at what cost if that gap closed, because there's a limited supply of resources. So if more black people had that wealth, then it would. I don't know if the numbers would pan out exactly like they're saying, but I will trust that they're the experts. But if it pans out the way that my gut tells me that it would pan out, and this is just my hunch, I don't know this for a fact, even though I've heard some people talking about it, that there's only so much wealth to go around in even a wealthy country, to the point to where even if you close the gap for black people, all white people's their wealth wouldn't stay exactly where it was at, exactly where it's at right now. I've heard somebody argue that. And so, but if that was the case, then so what? Screw them. You know, if some policies is going to get put in place that gave black people, a boost to where the wealth gap was equal between black people and white people, and some white people ended up, going under as a result of that. So what? I mean, I'll stand on that and be racist towards them and just say, oh well, to hell with them, hook us up. I get that part. I get that part completely, but I don't know if it's what happened exactly the way that they're saying. If in the last 20 years or at the 20-year mark, go to 2000, if something was done that corrected that gap, that would actually result in all white people staying at the exact same level that they're at, but black people as a whole in terms of wealth being at the exact level that white people are at, and nothing would miss or skip a beat, and the country would just be richer and better and have a higher GDP and all of that. I don't. It's so many moving parts on that. When you read some Thomas Sowell, how he always talks about the trade-offs in anything. Like, for example, raise taxes on the rich. Okay, great. Now what's going to happen is the rich people are going to figure out a way to put their tax money, put their money in places that can't be taxed. So what's going to end up happening is the government is going to get less money to do stuff with, because if you raise taxes too high on the rich, they're going to figure out a way to not pay it. So if you decrease taxes on the middle class and the working class, that means the middle class and the working class are going to pay less taxes. If you raise it too high on the rich, they're going to figure out a way to not pay it at all, and the government just has less money to work with. There's always trade-offs whenever people just try to move things around like chess pieces like that, and that's what I feel like they're arguing here. They're talking about just a simple chess piece move, if this then that, without any trade-off. I feel like that's what they're doing in this article. Black Ural Strike says the fact that a few black people manage to make comfortable lives for themselves does not prove there are no major racial barriers to most black communities. Okay. I didn't argue that a few black people living comfortable lives means there's not racial barriers. I didn't exactly argue that. Perhaps you're responding to someone. Perhaps you're responding to someone in the chat. Silent Lamont says, see, black people have to lie to ourselves because we have been so told that we're playing victim if we bring up the obvious. So now we've been beat down to blame ourselves for our plight. I think individuals do got to look in the mirror. When I worked really hard to get my credit right, I was able to get a loan. When I made changes, I was able to get different results. If you're going to look at the average amount of wealth or average amount of home ownership, look at the average credit score by race. Even if I concede that racism plays a factor in it, you got to concede that personal decisions plays a big factor in it too. And if personal decisions can sometimes, like people like yourself who's made right decisions and worked your ass off, if that can trump over race to the point to where you be camming up in your Maserati and pulling up in front of a very wealthy looking house, I mean, like, come on, personal decisions matter. And I'm not saying everybody should be as wealthy as you, but everybody can be more productive. The average credit score can be higher. The average spending patterns can be better. Like, I look at that, man. I'm sorry. That's where it's at for me. It ain't about blaming ourselves for our plight. It's about saying, God damn it, this is America. We can roll up our sleeves and do better. Silent Lamont, that is a bigger problem in our community than any form of racism. The acceptance of the loser culture is more dangerous than racism. Wealth inequality obstructs the supply of talent and ideas for innovation, which is a key driver of economic growth, said Francis. Put simply, inequality stifles growth. Closing the wealth gap. I think they're about to get to solutions. But what's the solutions? According to Francis, closing the racial wealth gap will take more than simply transferring wealth to Black Americans. Okay, good. That's what it sounded like they was doing. It also requires dismantling the underlying structural inequalities that preserve the racial wealth gap. Let's talk about those structural inequalities. Things like lending practices that lead to discriminatory denials for home and business loans, or persistent undervaluing of homes in the Black neighborhoods. Come on. Come on. That's the problem there. I think, okay, there are a lot of middle class, a lot of upper middle class Black communities and neighborhoods. There are. The Black people who own those homes in that neighborhood, in those neighborhoods, tend to be Black people that are doing well, making good money, got good credit scores, and they went and purchased a home, a nice home. It's a difference from those folks and then the homes in the hood. And we all know what I'm talking about when we talk about the hood. We all know what the houses look like out there. We all know what the neighborhood look like out there. We all know what the crime rates are out there. We know what all of that is out there. So it's a situation where I feel like they're doing it like they what they do with the wage gap. They just say man makes this much, woman makes this much without looking at factors. Now they did point out how when you adjust for some of those factors, then yeah, it's still a difference. But a lot of those differences can come down to choices. I have a hard time working with that, or I haven't even seen. I've seen information that showed that there's some bad lending practices. I have seen that. I haven't seen bad lending practices information or any data on that makes a difference between a Black top 10%er and a white top 10%er, and the white top 10%er having $1 million of more wealth just off lending practices alone. I think the wealth gap is that big because there's a high percentage of Black people who don't even qualify to get a home, aren't even trying to get a home. People only buy homes when they get married. A low percentage of Black people even get married, so they're not buying homes, they're renting. If you're renting, you're not funding your own wealth, so to speak. Every time you make a mortgage payment, you're paying down a balance on a house that you will own. If that house is worth $200,000, you will eventually someday, depending on your debt, give or take, have a $200,000 net worth when you finish paying off that house. So I think that's where the gap truly is when they talk about the average black family having a net worth of 17,000, average white family having a net worth of 170,000. That's what they're talking about. That's not bad lending practices making that happen. That's white people buying homes and black people not buying homes. Fellow panelist Sean Rochester, author of The Black Tax, The Cost of Being Black in America, has built a proposed economic framework for transferring wealth. Okay, now we're talking about transferring wealth to the black community that he calls PhD purchase higher deposit. Okay, purchase higher deposit. The idea of the framework, said Rochester, is to create jobs, create and expand businesses, and provide capital in the black community. I don't know what he means by provide capital in the black community, but I talk a lot about creating jobs, and I talk a lot about creating and expanding businesses, and that's where a lot of it comes down to. So I'm down with that. We're talking good stuff here, but how's he talking about transferring this wealth to the black community? Let's see what he's talking about there. For individuals, that means your personal spend. It's things like the cars that we buy. We can buy from a black dealer, said Rochester. Pre-COVID, there were 16,000 auto dealers in the country. 264 of them are black auto dealers, which means that goes back to what I said earlier in the show. Truly supporting black businesses mean doing your research. It don't mean showing up at the chicken hut. Shout out to O'Shea, the collard green sandwich business, and just indulging in your bad habit that's giving you diabetes. That's not supporting black businesses. It is, because you could go and get your diabetes from somewhere else, but so you chose to keep the diabetes in house. So good on you. But if you just if that's your support of black business, going to eat fried chicken and collard greens in from a black owned restaurant, yeah, that's, you ain't really about that life until when you're in the market for a car. It's 264 black car dealerships, and you actually Google it and find the closest one to you and make sure you go check that one out before you make a purchase. That's when you're really supporting black business. How many people do that? Like that area right there, I do need to I gotta up my game. I gotta up my game on that. There's no way around that. We all need to up our game on that one if we care about, supporting black businesses, which we should. Because the black business owner, even if you don't like the community, the black business owner is the person who who's not doing the things that make you not like the community. So to not look at him as a brother in arms that you should support, I think you're doing it wrong with your whole I don't care about the community rhetoric. The black person who's owning a business and trying to pull himself up by his own bootstraps, yeah, I do think if you don't understand, you don't like all the ninja stuff, behaviors, and activities that go on in the community. But if somebody trying to do right, somebody being an industrious businessman, you should support them. These are phenomenal jobs, 66 of them per location on average, well paid from the front office all the way to the back office. We could create hundreds of thousands of jobs if we utilize black auto dealers, for example. So look at there. They're talking about what? Decisions. Things that individuals can do to increase the amount of black wealth, to keep the black dollar in the hands of black people, to help black people control their own economy in their neighborhoods and communities. They're talking about actions that we can do on the ground. So they're not talking about racism, which is good. When they got to the solutions, they talk more about us At least so far, they talk more about us and then them, which is cool. For companies and corporations, the PhD framework requires addressing your supply chain. Buying from Black manufacturers and contractors injects cash into existing Black businesses, helping them grow, and creates demand for new businesses. At present, said Rochester, less than 2% of the corporate supply chain spend is spent with Black business. Ultimately, addressing the racial wealth gap is good for everyone. Addressing these underlying structural barriers would pave the way for Black Americans to benefit from saving and investing their income in a way that they've been previously denied, said Francis. Okay, now he's talking about, and okay, that's good. She's saying that it will, let me make sure. Ultimately, addressing the racial wealth gap is good for everyone. Addressing these underlying structural barriers would, well, okay. Now she's back to structural barriers, but at first she was talking about what we need to do. Then she went back to structural barriers that would pave the way for Black Americans to benefit from saving and investing their income. So now she's see, I thought she said something good, but she didn't. The implication there was that right now Black people aren't benefiting from saving and investing their income. That's BS. Any and everybody benefits from saving and investing their income. The problem is that not enough Black people are saving and investing their income. That is the problem. We got to stare that one in the face if we're going to be talking about this. I'm sorry. She's saying that eliminating those structural problems, like Black people are already saving and investing, but there are structural problems that's preventing us from benefiting from it. No, not enough of us are doing it. Not enough of us are doing it. That is the problem. So they spent a paragraph talking about personal responsibility and what we need to do, or I say 2 paragraphs perhaps, or 2 little segments we see right there. Then they went right back to the racism. Yeah, they had to end on a racist note. You see that? They had to end it on a racist note. They just couldn't talk about what we need to do. All right. I don't think I'm going to call it right there. So when Silent sent me this, he said that, I don't know if they actually said it the way he said it. Well, they implied it the way that he said it. Because Silent said it is white supremacy. It is costing the country $16 trillion. They spent $16 trillion on white supremacy to hold Black people back. They're willing to cost the country, have a lower GDP, and cost the U.S. economy $16 trillion since 2000 for the last 20 years by doing what they have to do in their power as evil racists to keep Black people down. Holding Black people down is costing them $16 trillion. That's the premise that was sent to me, that the brother Silent said to me, and I didn't exactly see that. I just saw somebody ran the numbers that if Black people was had more wealth, that would be the possible outcome of it. Silent says, no, Bernard, the problem is the mass majority of Black people are broke trying to put food on the table. So is the majority of most people in this country. But how do we, if that's the problem, then how do we address that problem? Nick Penn says Obsidian's birthday is tomorrow. I had no idea. I knew it was this month. I just didn't know it was tomorrow. We are 2 hours in and I've run out of spit. But I'm not about to wrap this bad boy up. Not just yet. Not just yet. I'm going to put the link in the chat. Now I've run out of spit, so if Silent come up, I'm begging David Monroe or somebody come up to argue with him, because I ran out of spit. I ain't really got a fight in me, but I'll muster up with little fight I can. If Silent come up here swinging for the fences, I'll muster up whatever little fight I can. Shout out to Silent Lamont. It says, will you be having a call in on this topic? I think I already answered your question, brother. That's Sika in Yang. Yeah, I know how to pronounce that one. But thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. All right. On The Price is Right. What is going on? Your new pronounce? How do you pronounce your name?
Sika.
Sika. Okay.
Yes, sir.
No, the last name, the last part of it.
Oh, in Yang, the way it looks.
In Yang. Okay. I wasn't sure. Gotcha. But Sika, what's going on? Welcome to the show.
I'm good. Thank you.
Go ahead. You got the thing is, this is your first time up here, but you go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic. Have at it.
Okay, so I kind of came in a little bit late, but I did get the gist of what you were talking about from where I came in at. I just wanted to make a comment on what we talk about as far as community is concerned. I think one of the problems that the Black community, first of all, I got to say this, I'm a first generation Nigerian, right? Mm-hmm. My parents obviously came straight from Nigeria. My bad, I got my kid in my background. But right. And so when I look at community, or when I hear the word community, I view it from a different lens than the average Black person from my experience. Mm-hmm. Mainly because because I am a first generation Nigerian, I was raised to understand what that word actually means and see what it looks like.
Okay, whoa, stop. Let me pump the brakes then. What do it actually mean, and what does it look like?
Okay, so for there to be an actual community, there has to be shared values, mm-hmm. and there has to be accountability. There has to be actual. You don't essentially get into the community and stay within the community by default because of the color of your skin. You actually have to almost earn your not your way in, but earn your status within the community. If you don't, then you're ostracized. You're kind of kicked out. So if you hear a lot of immigrants, or you'll hear stories about immigrants who they'll marry outside of their community and their parents kicked them out of the house, or they didn't do what their parents said, so their parents don't deal with them no more. You get what I'm saying? And so that's an aspect of it. So in essence, if you want to be a part of us, you have to look and act and do what the community considers honorable, right? And so my point, the only reason I bring that up is because when we talk about the Black community, when I'm talking about the Black community with a lot of people that I have these conversations with, obviously when we bring up the term Black community, it surrounds racism, right? And so, like, to be honest, nobody really talks about the Black community unless they're incorporating some form of racism into it. So on the average day, you don't wake up and think Black community until somebody says, hey, we're being kicked out or we're being prevented from flourishing on some level because of racism. That's from my experience. I'm not sure about you, but the only time I hear Black community conversations and when it's in correlation to racism. But to not be long-winded, the point I'm making is that the Black community has a problem with I heard about it on your show. I just listened to one sorry brother. I just listened to one video where you were at, where the topic was, it was 5 months ago, where the topic was, do black men want to be married? And there was a whole instance where Kevin Samuels was talking to this guy, and he was like, "Hey, if you see me getting this a different outcome from you for the same type of women that you want, why don't you put in the work that I put in?" And Obsidian is on the other side. He's saying, "I don't have the women that I want because they didn't want me, and the women I didn't want, I didn't want them. It's my fault." So there's accountability, right?
Yeah.
And so my point is that when the rubber meets the road, it is time to hold each other accountable, right? And say the only way you can exist within this community is if you walk a certain way, talk a certain way, and act a certain way. Black people don't do that. As a whole, we give people passes like crazy. So to the point where someone can do something wrong, but because they were punished by somebody who was white, we don't look at the wrong that person did. We just say, white man did this bad thing, so he's still a brother, he's still part of the community. When in reality, we should be distancing ourselves from the people who are doing wrong. And I'm not saying kicking them out and leaving them to die. What I'm saying is saying, hey, there are standards within this community. We're trying to move somewhere. There are standards that you have to abide by for you to gain access to the benefits that we're trying to obtain. And so in as much as you aren't willing to go down that path, we're going to love you from a distance, but we're going to keep moving forward. And in as much as you do that, the people who want to do better are going to go, I've been outside of this community that I love so long. I want to get back in. I'm going to change my ways. And they're going to get back in. The people who don't are just going to stay out, but they're going to know that there's a difference between what's outside and what's inside the community.
Right on. Well said. Well said. Real quick, I just wanted to, my only somewhat brief response is when you talk about a community, because some people do argue that the black people, we don't have a community. There is no black community. But as I've pointed out on this show, I got the definition of community up. I'm just going to read it. It says a group of people living in the same place or having a particular characteristic in common. So, I mean, black people, they live in the same place and they have a particular characteristic or 2 or 3 or 4 in common. So, I mean, it's a community, but it's rather not, there's good communities and bad communities. There's effective communities and ineffective communities. I think that's the best way to look at it. But for the people that say there is no black community, I disagree with that. No, it is a community, just like there's football teams. There's good ones and bad ones. So I mean, that's how I look at that. Real quick, I gotta go. I understand the point you was making. That wasn't a disagreement. That was just me pointing out the definition. Pointing out. Can
I ask you a really quick question then?
All right, real quick, but then we got to go to Hood Service. And I do want to get to Silent Lamont because he's the one that sent me the article that prompted this discussion. So, but go ahead, real quick.
Okay, so is it? I guess my question is it possible that black people as a whole aren't moving in a particular direction because we're looking at the wrong target? So we're fighting the wrong battles, and so as a result, we're getting the wrong, not solutions, but we're getting the wrong.
We're fighting the previous war. We're still fighting the old war. I think the civil rights movement was a success despite some of the problems and flaws in it. But at the end of the day, the fight against racism, I'm reluctant to say it's won completely. Like, yeah, we won, but because I can say that we're fighting the old war. That's what I feel like we are doing as black people. Damn it, Silent just dropped down. Hopefully he comes back. But yeah, because the war is economics, it's business,
but it's not access into the restaurants.
It's what?
I'm saying it's not access into certain spaces like restaurants.
Yeah, it's not. Denied access isn't the major problem. There's opportunities available. It's just a matter of, are we taking advantage of them? Are we making the right decisions? Are we doing what's right? Are we raising the children the right way? Are we building enough families? We know the outcomes that happen when people are born into actual structured families. Is it enough of that going on? Is it like all of those questions are important questions? But I already said today, like in the unlikely event that black men and black women actually got together and got along and had some happy, healthy relationships. Yeah, two incomes coming together, you're automatically middle class. That means children are automatically born. I mean, more black children will be born into the middle class. We know the outcomes of black children born in the middle class with two parents. They're significantly better than black children born. They're better than white children born to white baby mamas. So there's that. So it's a cultural thing. Like that's the war that we fighting. That's the war. But hood conservative in the building. Oh yeah, you're welcome. No problem. Thanks for coming up too. Go ahead and hang out. Go ahead and hang out.
All right.
But hood conservative in the building. What's up, man? What you got?
Morning. Thanks for having me up. And I want to pick up right where you dropped off, man. You know, we can fight the battles of like petty racism and, you know, this white man didn't want me to come to his establishment or something like that. You can fight that. But I think the deeper problem is really cultural. You know, how can we outcompete a group who their core belief system is just inherently more productive than ours? You know, I was talking about this on a panel last night with the immigration issue as far as like blacks and Hispanics, right? Now, even if you take away the access to like this completely open border where you can just flood us, you know, every day just by foot, you know, you can outnumber us by foot. Even if you take that off the board, the Hispanic community was still destined to overtake us just for the fact that we don't form big families and we don't like form like, I don't know, sustainable families. Like we don't have what it's like. We're not forming these long lasting family dynamics anymore. This whole dynastic creation of empire and shit like that. We're like, if we're looking at 75% single motherhood rate, that kind of cripples our chances for having a family like, you know, the Black Waltons who went on to create Walmart. And so even without something like the border, we still have internal issues that are weakening us in the face of our supposed enemies, or at the very least opposition, if you don't want to call them enemies outright.
I mean, yeah, well, you got to acknowledge that everybody in this country, every group, I mean, every individual, and then by extension, every group is competing for a finite amount of resources. So in that sense, they are our enemies or our competitors in that sense. But I understand, like, you got to be careful when you're calling them our enemies, because then it sounds like you're jumping in there playing the race card too. Like,
right. This isn't out of hatred for, you know, Hispanics or anything. I'm just talking about raw numbers and positioning. You know, think about it like this. Who's more likely to survive an aggressive police encounter? A guy with a strong family or a guy with his mama?
You think? Yeah, strong family. Yeah.
And this is the type of shit we're dealing with. So, you know, when we look at these cases of this guy or that guy, you know, he got a little bit mistreated by the system, and he may have. I'm not saying that that's untrue, but when you have an actual family, you have a network of successful, connected adults that can now support you if you slip and stumble, that shit is almost priceless, bro.
Right on. And without further ado, we got the brother Silent Lamont, who sent me the email, who prompted this discussion, or sent me the article that prompted this discussion. So go ahead, Silent. You got the floor. You got the mic.
I'll be brief today. I'm running the floor, so it's my screens today. So
when you say you running the floor, what does that mean?
Basically, I'm a vice president in financial services.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool.
So gotcha. You got to run analytics and make sure numbers are coming in, and yeah, that's my white collar day.
I'm always interested when you talk about what you do, man. It sounds like you're doing big things, man. I'm always interested, man. Shout out to you.
I'm sure there's some white men out there doing better. I'm sure.
Nah. All right, go ahead, Silent. You got it, man. You got it.
All right, so you know me, man. I'm the least of the complaining about. I'm Mr. Bootstrap. So a lot of these conversations I have are just, just my observations and just information I pick up or whatnot. And I just happen to think I'm, 60% of the time I'm right, 80% of the time. But we ask about, the solutions. You had mentioned something earlier about the Black communities that have money. And in reality, we really don't have communities, to be honest with you. We just live in a segregated country. But you had mentioned, how well upper crust Black communities are doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then on the other strength, we talk about Black crime and Black dysfunction, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where is that Black crime and dysfunction centralized?
I think what you're getting at is that poor Black people commit more crimes. Is that what you're getting at?
Not just more, the massed overwhelming majority. When Black people hit middle class, crime drops off of a cliff. You rarely, how often do you hear, oh, go ahead.
Is it evidence that those Blacks who hit middle class before they were middle class, when they were on the path to middle class, when they were working hard or coming up in a company or getting an education or picking up a trade or doing, is it evidence
they get in trouble before?
Is it evidence that those that made it to the middle class were also prone to commit crimes at the same rate as those crime committers that probably will never make it to the middle class?
Okay, ask that one more time. I want to make sure I'm understanding exactly what the question is. So
you said when Black people make it to middle class, crime drops off.
Yes, but crime is directly related to poverty in the Black middle class. I get what you're saying. No, because when you look at white folk, crime stays pretty much stagnant across the board, regardless of income level. Black crime is only centralized in poverty. So Black and the mass majority of Black crimes are nonviolent poverty crimes, if you will.
Well, that is the difference I wanted to get you to talk about right there. Because when you say crime, most people aren't moving out of the ghetto because of, they keep breaking in my window. Most people aren't moving out of the ghetto because there's so much litter. People move out of the ghetto because you'll get killed. That's the major fear.
And people move out of the ghetto when they have money to move out of the ghetto.
Well, that's a prerequisite to moving, having money.
Yes,
but that's
what
not
I'm talking about.
But that's not the motivation here. I'm not saying that they leave the ghetto because of white collar crime. They leave the ghetto because of violent crime. But but that is the difference. So when you say crime, what kind of crime are white people like?
Hold on. What you're talking about and what I'm talking about are two completely different things.
This is why I'm asking questions for clarity. This is why I'm asking the question.
Questions doesn't have
lay out the question, bro. Let me lay out the question. You haven't even gotten all the way to the end.
Go ahead. I'll give you 19 minutes to lay out the question. Go ahead.
I only need 30 seconds. When you say the crime in white communities, specifically, what is the nature of this crime versus the crime in
murders,
Black communities?
Abuse, all crime across the board.
Okay.
It's like people start asking these questions like, okay, well, what does the color black smell like? Like y'all just think of questions like it's like this isn't that difficult.
So you're saying the crime rate in a middle class white community is still lower than the crime rate?
You're robbing an old lady with a purse. I'm being facetious. You're robbing an old lady with a purse because you ain't got no money in your bank account. It's a crime of desperation. You're running up in somebody's house to take a TV to sell it as a crime of desperation. If you make $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 a year, you don't need to run up in somebody's house and grab their fucking TV. I'm not having a conversation about the morality of it. I'm telling you that when people are poor and desperate, they do desperate shit. At least with black people, because the conversation really becomes about, is there just an innate problem with black people? That's what we're really arguing. That's what I hear. When I hear these conversations, I hear there's just something simply wrong with black people. Doesn't have anything to do with the fact that, that I'm 40 years old. So therefore my father, who's 70 years old, what kind of opportunities did he have that he would have been able to pass down to me? Meanwhile, my white counterpart's father had all kinds of opportunities to pass down to his son, and I'm competing against his son. And then we get on Bernard's show and niggas will ask, well, Keith, why is it that black people ain't competing with Chad's son? Well, Chad's fucking son had a father who wasn't getting hung in front of courthouses while a bunch of people stood around and fucking watched. That's why.
It's a little easier to make that argument when you're talking about a specific Chad versus a specific, black
Oh
dude.
my God. Okay, bro.
No,
You got me.
seriously. But
Yeah,
then when
you're right.
you
Racism doesn't exist. This is all a
I'm not
figment
saying
of
I'm
my
not saying it
imagination,
doesn't
and you niggas are
exist,
just
but
completely inferior. I mean,
all right,
again.
hold on. So why is it
Well,
so
hold on.
hard
Let
to
me
pin it
finish
down
now. Let me
objectively
finish
if
now.
it exists so concretely?
I won't hood conservative to respond to that, but I just got to point out that somebody who's 30 today was born in 1990.
80. Oh, 1990, yeah.
1990. And if that man who's 30, if his father is 50, that means his father was born in 1970 and became a man essentially in 1990. His father was not being hung in front of a courthouse. I
misspoke. My grandfather. I misspoke.
The last officially recorded lynching took place, I think, in
you guys are
Pennsylvania
right.
in 1981.
I'm just making all this up, brother.
But conservative, you was trying to get a question in.
No, the idea, if racism is such a concrete reality, then why is it so hard to pin down objectively?
It's not. You just agree with everything. You just disagree with everything. It's not hard to pin down.
I don't have like made up disagreements. I'm disagreeing based on facts and evidence I can bring to the table.
You asked the question specifically, right? Basically, why don't black people have any money or wealth? And I literally gave you guys an answer.
That was not the question. Never. That was never the question.
Can I fucking finish?
Oh my! All right, go ahead, Silent. Go ahead.
See, the difference is when I interrupt, people get a chance to get several sentences out. I'd like to at least get my point out, and then you can interrupt. I interrupt to rebut a point that was made. So again, when you guys ask me, why don't black people have money? Black people don't have money because they just buying Jordans. That's bullshit.
I didn't say
It's
that.
not. No, well, I didn't say you said it. I'm being facetious.
All right, I got you.
Basically, the argument of niggas just spending all their money on candy and cook, and that's why they can't buy homes. It's not because you own less than 0.5% of wealth in a country you helped build. That don't have anything to do with why you don't have.
Well, black people can't also be. We can't also be record consumers, bro. We can't also be record consumers
and
don't
get
own houses.
to the period?
All right, I thought you was finished, Silent. Go ahead.
When I jumped on the panel, I listened to that guy Ike or whatever his name talk nonstop for 4.5 minutes without interruption.
I mean, Silent, man, you're the king.
You know what? I'm the bad guy. You're right. Maybe it's me. You guys have a good day.
Both of y'all was having an argument. In arguments, there's interruptions, and I'm but it's cool. You want to finish your point? Go ahead, but don't.
I just would like to finish with the actual point and then get interrupted with a rebuttal, but I don't even get the whole thought out.
All right, go ahead.
But I'm good. I gotta go.
I'll ask again. How can black people be such a huge consumer group? Consumer meaning we spend money, yet we don't buy houses. So the idea that we're the biggest consumer group, not maybe just the biggest in America, but we're one of the biggest consumer groups in the world, especially in the face of other black-skinned people. Black people are the wealthiest black-skinned people amongst, our people around the world. How is it we don't buy homes? Because we don't fucking want to.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it too. We don't see the importance of it. That's actually a very smart black person that I know, and I was talking to. I mean, she's single, but either way it goes, she's real smart, makes good money, and never thought to buy a house. She's paying rent at an apartment. It's weird. So, but anyway, that's just one anecdote. I don't want to spend too much time on that. Tank Johnson says we can build dynastic families with non-black women. Look at LeVar Ball. I mean, listen, hey, brother, do whatever. Yeah, hold on real quick.
3 ball playing sons. I mean, that's a basketball dynasty, maybe.
Yeah, but damn, it was something that I was trying to get at. Oh, as far as the Jordans thing, buying Jordans, look, I don't even mind black people buying Jordans and making helping to make Jordan be worth, I think, what, $3 billion now. I don't even mind. I don't even care. Whatever. Buy you Jordans. Whatever. I've long. I mean, I personally don't wear them. I feel like the chick. We need our weave. I don't wear it, but we need it. So I'm like, buy Jordans. I personally don't wear them. That's just me. But I don't think that's a major talking point in this that brothers spending money on Jordans. I don't care. I mean, it made Jordan a billionaire. Oh well, so go ahead and do it. But there's that. Go ahead, Sika.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say, so I think that we kind of go wrong when we try to make it a one topic issue, I guess you could say. Like, it's either this or it's not. So it can be that there is racism, and it can be that Black Americans don't value home ownership in the way that they should. This is why I was talking about earlier when I was bringing up community and trying to define it properly. I wasn't saying that there is no Black community. I was saying that that our values, what I was trying to get at is that our values that make up a good community aren't there.
Yeah.
Right. And so one of the main reasons why I brought up the fact that I'm Nigerian is because if you look at Black people as a whole, they're doing bad. Right. And a lot of the educational, financial categories that most people bring up. But if you peel back the layers and categorize them into their individual cultures, so Nigerians, Ethiopians, stuff like that, then you're going to see a much different story. Right. As far as like educationally, Nigerians are flourishing. Financially, Nigerians are flourishing. And I'm looking at all this stuff and I'm going, okay, well, if racism is the primary factor for why Black Americans are doing bad, right? If skin color is the primary factor, I guess you could say, why is it that these individuals are prospering with the same skin color? And that's where I go to, okay, the value system must be different. When these individuals are brought up, I'm gonna give one example, and I'm gonna be off. So my wife, she loves Housewives of Potomac. I hate that crap. But she was watching it the other day, and there's a Nigerian girl on there. And she's like, she's talking to her mom, and her mom is like, hey, or she's like, hey, Mom, I don't want to be a professor anymore. I want to be a political analyst. And her mom was like, well, I put you on this path, and in as much as you went on this path, you were successful, right? And so essentially what her mom was saying is that I knew what was best for you. Stop. I knew what was best for you. In as much as you followed the path that I put you on, you became what you are today. Earlier, dude brought up LeVar Ball. 2 out of 3 of his sons got drafted into the NBA, right? One person didn't get drafted because he went off the path that his parents put in front of him. The other
he wasn't good enough.
I'm just saying he wasn't good enough, but ultimately he wasn't good enough because he didn't put in the same amount of effort.
2 out of 3 is amazing, but he was the least talented of the 3. That's
y'all never heard that song, bro. 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
I'm saying he didn't put in the same amount of effort. Let's be honest. Like, I'm okay. Based on what I saw on TV, he didn't put in the same amount of effort.
No, I don't think it was effort. I think I don't want to turn this to a basketball discussion, but no, he literally wasn't good enough. LeVar, LaMelo and dang, I'm getting the one that's in Lonzo. Yeah, Lonzo. Yeah, they got really high basketball IQs. They are true. They're over 6'6" and pure point guards. Something that is really hard to teach. Jello don't got that. He was just a spot up shooter who was decent at spot up shooting, and he was not super athletic. I mean, he just ain't have it. He's good enough to play some college basketball, but no, he wasn't. He just ain't have it. So I wouldn't say that he went off from the path, but I think he was on the path, because even to make it that close to even sniff the NBA a little bit is amazing. But no, he ain't have it genetically, and he just ain't got it. But
the only reason I say that is because out of the 3 of them, there's only one of them that got caught stealing in a whole other country. That's my
okay. Yeah, okay.
Oh, he's the one that got caught stealing.
I'll give you that too.
Yeah, that's really my point. Like, if
Lonzo and Melo would have got caught stealing, they probably still would have made it to the NBA because they just got the raw talent. But
okay,
I do hear you though. That is the one who got stealing is the one who didn't make it. So that does say something about him up here. So yeah,
right.
Well,
So
look, let me ask you a question about this athletic thing. Not so much about basketball, but about the African perspective on competition academically.
Oh yeah, I
Because
wanted to get on him about that one. Go ahead.
I was
go
listening
ahead.
to a conversation between Candace Owens and Melissa Tate on from the Candace Owens show, and Melissa Tate's like this black conservative lady. You know, she's been around on some of the conservative circles. So what she was talking about is, one, she's from Zimbabwe, so you know, Robert Mugabe land, and she talked about what their bout with Marxism actually did to the country, what it actually meant to like chase all the capital out of the country and all that. But then also she talked about her childhood and how she used a phrase that just struck me. She said that academics is almost a competitive sport amongst the youth. Meaning that, so when Candace was like, you know, in her book, she said how when you're a black kid, you're not popular if you're smart. But it's the opposite over there. She was like, you know, the girls want to date the guy who's at the top of the class. And I'm making a connection that, well, you know, there's no welfare state. There's no invisible government to catch you when you fall. So as a young woman, it's only natural that you want to attach yourself to the most promising young man you can find. But like the whole reverse of the culture is a big difference between, you know, why people can come here and just make leaps and bounds over, you know, what we call the black community, because it's a cultural issue.
I got to call a timeout on that because I've had this problem before, and I'm glad I got Seiko on here. He can answer this. I think Tank is kind of halfway. Let me read Tank Johnson's super chat. Thanks for coming through with another super chat, Tank Johnson. He has asked. Okay, now you're being a jackass. You're being a jackass, but I'll read it.
No, I already read it. I already read it.
Okay, all right, cool. Yeah, but
I do.
All right. Hold on. I got to put a question on the table. But shout out to you. I ain't even gonna read it. You're insulting one of the guests, Tank Johnson. Shame on you. But thanks for the super chat. I appreciate that. All right, this is what I want to ask, because you're talking about if it's racism, how are Nigerians doing this over here? But wait a minute.
No. Sorry. I'm saying black. If it's only.
Okay.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, but see, here's my thing. It's black people who are over here who are excelling and doing very well. But then there's the median of black people. And then there's those on the bottom end of that bell curve that ain't doing a damn thing. What I would argue that, yes, there's a bell curve with Nigerians as well. And those of you that are above average of your group make it over here and come over here and do well. So it's almost like you compare. I feel like Africans kind of do this. They kind of gaslight us with this argument. They compare the best. Okay, let's just take Nigeria. A Nigerian will compare the best of Nigerians to the average of Black Americans, and I feel like that's never really a fair argument. Like I don't think y'all just grab just a random. Okay, I don't want to be insulting, but okay, you just pluck a random person.
I see what you're getting at. It's not apples to apples. What you're saying?
Yeah,
I'm gonna bust the hole in that whole bubble, bro.
All right, we'll go ahead and do that. But I don't think you can just pluck hold on, let me just finish. I don't think you can pluck. I'm open to be convinced, but I don't think you can just pluck a random African who living in some mud hut in Africa. I'm sorry, that's kind of racist, but you can't pluck an average African living in some mud hut in Africa, drop him off in America, and then he's going to be a doctor in 5 years. His ass might be on welfare. I'm not exactly sold, because if Nigerians as a whole was that damn driven, then Nigeria, I feel like it would be better.
No, I'm gonna tell you this. Let me make sure I'm understanding your argument. So you're saying that it's the argument that's generally presented is a straw man. Essentially, you're saying that the people who came over were the above average ones who would be successful anyways. But if you were to take somebody who's below average and put them in the same situation, they wouldn't be as successful. Is that what I'm hearing?
They would fall into the mean, into the average.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They wouldn't be on the right side of the bell curve. They'd be in the middle or below.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, I don't disagree with that. So that's why I don't bring up. That's why I'm not trying to use that as an example to say that it's not racism. That's why I say it's not only racism. Because the premise for the whole white supremacist argument and a systematic racism argument is that the system is erected to prevent people with a particular type of skin color right? So it doesn't talk about intellect, doesn't talk about family background, it doesn't talk about any of that. It just talks about skin color, right? And so the system is erected to prevent people with a particular skin color from moving forward. And so my point is that if the racism talk that we keep hearing about is specifically about skin color, then why are people with the same skin color moving forward, and others with the same skin color aren't moving forward? There has to be other variables, and that's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, no, but I asked that same question, and I only put the question. I only look at Black Americans when I say that. If skin color is the problem, then how is it that there's a good percentage of Black people who are doing well? There's some that have made it rich. We all can't make it rich, but there are some that it's enough evidence to show that if you roll up your sleeves and work hard and do what's right, you're going to bare minimum be productive. You're going to bare minimum be functional.
What is the culture of your typical Black American high school?
Say that one more time.
Like, what is the general culture of your typical Black American high school? Is it anything like, when we see these kids in third world countries and they're walking across dirt roads with their fucking uniforms and they manage to get a tablet and shit, like I don't see Black Americans as a group showing the same dedication to childhood education.
Hold on. This is my point though, David. I believe if you took Black Americans and somehow just dumped us off in Africa, and I think those of us that are
most of us couldn't make it.
No, okay.
We spoiled, bro. We spoiled.
No.
Hold
on.
Finish your thought. Sorry,
the point that I'm making is most Nigerians can't make it because most of them are poor. But those of us that are, those of us that are doing well in America, I think that if you took all of us as children, dropped us off in Africa, we would be the ones walking miles through mud to get to some little hut where they teaching math. There are some of us that will succeed no matter where you drop us off at. So that there's a percentage of us. The top 10% of Black people would do well no matter where you drop them off at. They would figure it out, just like they're figuring it out here.
You crippled your argument when you reduced it to children, though. And this is the point I'm trying to make to you. Children don't create their own fucking culture. Children operate in whatever culture the adults allow for them. So when Black children have, when a Black school is almost chaotic, and anywhere you go across the country, Black schools tend to be fucking chaotic, and they're not putting out academic excellence. And so they don't have that same, what the lady call it? They don't turn academics into a competitive sport. And so that is a fundamental mental difference of how we even approach this. That will produce success in the later years far more than, I can just drop any successful person off. No, that's not the argument. Successful people will always exist. How do we boost those ranks though from the ground up?
Gotcha. Okay, now we in agreement. If you understand that those individuals who are just born with it, even though, because look at us, it's Black people in America who went through those same schools, saw all the same BS, but still somehow figured out a way to rise above all of that and go and be successful. I tend to believe that same person dropped off anywhere would figure out a way to dropped off anywhere as a child would grow up, figure out a way to rise above it and be successful. But if you want to increase the percentages of those that normally regress to the mean, you got to change that culture from within. You're not going to produce a bunch of, you probably won't produce a bunch of doctors, but you're going to produce bare minimum productive adults. So I agree with that one by changing the culture from within. So I think over in Nigeria, okay, they got a better culture where it's more competitive and more this and more that. I understand it, but I will always push back against the people who look at the Nigerians that make it over here and imply that any Nigerian could do better than
any Black person, pretty much.
Any Black person over here. No, I don't buy that one. I don't. But
I agree with that.
Let me get to my super chats real quick. David Johnson in the building. He said, like Silent Amount said, policy makes all the difference. The problem is most average Blacks have no clue about policies or how they work. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate that. My man Tank Johnson came through in the building, still being I was like Stephen A. Smith, disrespectful. Still being disrespectful. He said he's Nigeria splaining. Shout out to Tank Johnson. Appreciate your support. Al Boogie in the building says, let me find out credit cards. Hey man, y'all wrong out there, man. Y'all coming at the Nigeria. You sound like you might be how long you been here? You sound like you second generation, man.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm a first generation.
How old were you when you came here?
When I was born here. That's what I'm saying. I'm a first generation.
I mean, okay, I'm sorry. I'm sure.
Yeah.
First generation. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, all right. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. All right. He says, Spartacus Jackson says, Nigerians that come to America are generally in one extreme or the other, meaning that they are either working on average jobs or work in white corporate America, counting as a double minority quota. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. I know my one experience where I got, kind of close involvement with people from the continent, as they say. I was dating a girl from Kenya. I know her dad was a politician in Kenya, and he owned a lot of stuff. I mean, she was living very, poor here in America, but back home, as she says, they were doing very well. And all three of his daughters he sent all three of his daughters to America. So I mean, in my experience, and whenever I've talked to those that make it here, they normally were the ones that were more well off there, who were smarter there, who were already going to school and kicking ass there. And I'm sitting there looking at her and her sisters, and I'm looking at the Africans that ran in the circle with them. It was some of them that was on some ninja type stuff. It was, but most of them were very productive people. And I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I understand that there's a difference. There's economics, there's resources, there's a whole nother country with a whole nother system. But I'm like, I'm not in no way, shape, or form I'm telling anybody to leave. But I'm like, if y'all, just hot shit over there. I mean, if you're over here and you're doing well, like you could have, like, why are they shipping all the kids over here and they could be there, doing well and building over there and making Nigeria great again or for the first time? I mean, I don't understand that.
That was the point I was going to make. Now I'm speaking as a person who knows enough to have the conversation. I don't know all the inner workings. I got people who do that I've had conversations with. But the main reason why people come over here and they go to Europe, you'll see a bunch of Nigerians in Europe and a bunch of Africans too, is because the opportunity is different. People don't understand, and it's not just Nigerians, immigrants in general look at the West and they see the opportunity, right? They see mainly because they have something to measure it up against. So they see what their country has to offer. They see what America has to offer educationally, financially. Like, let's be honest, dude, a bunch of people made money during Corona. The stock market was going crazy. The smart ones got their stimulus check and overnight made a bunch of money off of the stock market. I got friends who went. I got a homeboy who invested $200 in the Forex. Don't know how he did it, but now he's up to 30,000.
Damn.
Right. And so my point is, nowhere else in the world can this happen, including Nigeria. A lot of it's because of policies. A lot of it's because there's a lot of corruption. I can tell you that from firsthand, doing mission trips out there, visiting there. My parents have a house out there. There's a lot of stuff that goes on that prevents people from being able to, they essentially got the same capitalist system, but because of corruption, people can't really succeed the way that you can in America. So what they'll do is they'll send their families out to America to be prosperous. And then a lot of times, once those people, like my mom and my dad passed away, but he was doing it too. But when they came over here, they made money and they went back home and they gave to the communities out there. But you can only do so much because the government ultimately sucks, right? But my point is that that's what's going on. A lot of people recognize that the West has something that allows for people to flourish, and they just come over here. They recognize education, family, finances, and they focus on those things. And then they flourish. And as much as they focus on those things and value those things as a community, they flourish.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I was thinking about that, like how the Kenyan shilling is like 100 times worth 100 times less than the dollar.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, man, they sending so many people over here working regular jobs. They work a regular 50K a year job. If you could figure out how to send, if all of them could just figure out how to send 20,000 back, I mean, it's almost like I could Africa or various countries. And I don't want to look at Africa like it's one big country. Kenya, with the amount of Kenyans over here working, making US dollars, sending it back, they can fund, take, and build so much in Kenya. It would seem but I don't know. I just feel like there's a path to success for African countries, and I just feel like some of the best and brightest of Africa, they come over here and they making American dollars, but it's like what they doing for the country. It seemed like not much, but if it's corruption and this and that and all kind of other stuff I don't understand, then I guess whatever.
That's why, like, you're not wrong. Yeah, you're not wrong in your assessment about the whole immigrants, because in order for people to immigrate from one country to another, it takes money. So you're not talking about the poorest people of whatever country, and it takes a certain amount of planning. You might need a little bit of a network to help you land softly once you get to the other country. So you're not scraping the bottom of the barrel as far as like the stock of people you're picking as immigrants. You're not even picking them; they're self-selected as the most intrepid, the most entrepreneurial. What happens though is like he was just laying out, you might need to be absolutely the most intrepid, entrepreneurial, industrious person in your nation to even get ahead, because things are that much harder. Whereas you come to America, you can be mediocre and be wildly successful.
Hey, what's up, Bernard panel? Can I jump in here real quick?
Take over.
I wasn't saying that you gotta be mediocre, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I wish Silent Lamont was still up here. I was actually on a conference call while he was on, but him and I were going back and forth in the chat room there for a bit. But I do agree with the panel, right? Because you think about after in the 60s, I forget who was the Secretary of State and the senator that got the bill passed to allow Black people to immigrate. You had a brain drain, 60s, 70s, and 80s, where the well-to-do in the Black countries, whether it's in Africa or the Caribbean, move to the U.S. So we did bring some of our best over to compete against the people here. However, we got to keep in mind that what's your name again, brother? I forget your name. Not conservative. I can't see on my phone. I'm blind, man. Sika, sorry. As the brother Sika was saying, right, if it is only white supremacy that's holding us back, then regardless of how intelligent those people that came over were, there shouldn't have been any momentum forward on their part and gaining a foothold in industries and business and finance the way they have across the board. We're not talking about this happening from one country. I mean, look at our first Black Secretary of State, Colin Powell, second generation immigrant from Jamaica. And I worked on Wall Street and IT. It was insane to me because most of the brothers that were doing well were from the Caribbean or Africa. And I myself came from the Caribbean in the mid 80s as a kid. So I kind of, and I married into a Black American family. So I kind of see both sides of how things play, where, I show up to my Black American, on my wife's side of the family, go to an event, and like, technically I'm like the most well off there. But then I go to an event with my family. I'm just like the average, just another average guy there. Right.
You talking about an event here in America?
Yeah. Yeah, here in America. So like my Haitians, what was that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, what I was saying is my Haitian family here, everyone managed to make something of themselves, right? We don't have anyone that's trying to leech off of someone. I'm not saying that's across the board for all Haitians, because I am aware that the second wave of Haitians that came in the 2000s and the late 90s are a different breed than the educated ones that came in the 70s and 80s. But however, if white supremacy is that potent, there's no way I should have made it to where I am today, right? And I always tell people, every time I've sat in a Fortune 500, Fortune 100 company getting interviewed and getting hired, there was a white man on that other table that did it, right? It wasn't a brother that was like, yo, we're going to sneak you in through the back door, hopefully they won't notice you black or something like that. It was white men that I sat across from that said, you got the job, you hired. So this is why I don't buy the idea that it's primarily racism that's doing it to us. Is more cultural and the things that we accept and want to deal with. And a lot of us are willing to excuse a lot of the BS and effery that is going on with our family and our community. And it just perpetuates it because we're okay with it. Whereas in other communities, when people come from abroad, the minute you start acting up, nobody want to deal with you. If growing up as a kid, if I started selling drugs, guess what? Nobody in my family would want to have anything to do with me. So I'd be pushed out of the community.
Right on. Shout out to Tank Johnson coming through again, man. You're funding the show today. You're almost about to reach sponsor status in a couple more super chats.
I'm staying on just so you can keep getting your money.
Tell us about those J1 visas that come with tax abatements. Nigeria, man. I don't even know what exactly is he talking about. Go ahead and you can answer that one if you want to.
Nah, I'm just here so he can keep paying you.
All right, cool. All right,
no, the argument I think is that immigrants come to this nation, or maybe certain immigrant groups come to this nation, and somehow they just get all this help to become successful, and that may or may not be true, because it's not just like Nigerians. Joe Biden has a plan to introduce like a bunch of Indian IT workers or some shit like that. So like there may be some truth to that, but it doesn't change the general theme that pretty much everyone from around the world comes here, and a lot of people figure out how to make it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. I still stand. Well, I won't say stand by, but I'm still very curious if randomly selected individuals from other countries was dropped here, how well would they do? I mean, but random. Holy shit! Somebody got real bad background. Somebody do something with that. I'm still skeptical of countries where overall countries that are really poor, where overall most people are not doing well. I still question whether or not a randomly selected individual from that country will come here and do really well, or would they end up falling into some welfare? I mean,
Bernard, right? If you take the village idiot from from one village and put him in another village, he's still going to be the village idiot, just in a different village.
So when we're talking about people from other countries coming over here and succeeding, we're talking about those who are not necessarily the genius or rocket scientists of their country, but they were more or less people who were better than the village idiots over there who are doing nothing.
Right, but keep in mind though, right? The average, if you take the average person that's has average intelligence and you bring them over, they'll still do well. So we're not talking about the Einsteins and the best of the best only that's doing well.
So
and that's where I have.
Do you think black people with average intelligence are doing well over here?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
I just want to say this though, because I do agree that you can't take a village idiot and bring him to America and he's gonna be successful. And I'm stripping away race and nationality right now. If you take an average person, period, right, and you put them into the American system, right, and they look at the rules and then they follow along with that system, those individuals are going to flourish. That's really my point.
Just like how the average black person is doing average over here? You mean like
No,
that?
I'm not saying. The question is when we talk about average person. That's why I'm trying to be specific. When I say the person who is average, as far as the mindset, right? Who understands what it takes to move forward within the culture, not the culture, the society that they're in. I'm talking about those individuals. They're going to go from average to successful. That's all I'm saying. When we talk about the average Black person, the question is, do they understand what it takes to move forward within the society that they're in, and or are they doing what it takes to move forward within the society that they're in? That's what I'm talking about when I bring up.
Oh no, they obviously not. That part I agree with. That part that I criticize. That no, we are not doing enough. I mean, I spent my whole opening speech criticizing how we aren't doing enough. We could do more. We could do this. We could do that. I just feel like there's a lot of gaslighting from exceptional immigrants that would be exceptional even if they stayed in Africa. They would have been an exceptional African. They would have been an exceptional Nigerian. They would have been an exceptional Kenyan. So they're coming over here into America and they're being an exceptional American. And I don't like when they talk about that as if they're just the baseline average of a Kenyan. It's like, no, I don't think you're the average Nigerian.
By default,
I don't think the average Nigerian can outperform an exceptional a Black American. So I mean that's just where I'm at. I don't think that's the case.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Like you're arguing from. Well, let me just make sure I understand. Are you arguing from biology, like that this person or nationality, that this person by default is better just because they're this? Are you saying that people are making that argument that because
I don't think they're saying
Nigerian, they're better? Is that what you're saying? People are saying.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't necessarily think it's a biological argument, but there is a we're better. It does sound like a we're better by default argument, just because of whatever the reason is. They make it seem like they just found a random person in a mud hut. When I say that, the girl I dated from Kenya said that we talked about how people live in mud huts. So that's where I got that from. I'm not just being disrespectful or anything, but they make it seem like they just plucked a random person out of mud hut in Africa, dropped him over in America, and then he's just kicking the ass of Black Americans. No, that person in that mud hut who stayed in that mud hut his whole life until he was 30 and didn't walk miles to get somewhere to get an education so he can learn, or so he can try to be in a position when he made it to 18 years old to where he can get the hell out of Kenya and come to America and compete. That person who didn't do that, I would argue that person who didn't have that initiative in Kenya, if you took him and dropped him off in the US, he would just fall into our welfare system. But that person who had that initiative to hike 10 miles to get out of them damn mud huts and get somewhere where he can learn something, I'm arguing that person had something in him where he would have been great either way. So when he's here performing, I don't think he should look down at our mud hut. Holy shit! Goddamn, what was that? Is that you, Cinca? All right, I don't. Okay, I think that was you. All right, I don't think you should look at the Black American who's basically the mud hut equivalent. Our ones that's just living off welfare. Those are the living in a mud hut equivalent to what's going on in Kenya and Nigeria or wherever the hell.
Hey, but no, that's a false dichotomy, right? Because the guy living in the mud hut had to build a mud hut. Nobody handed it to him, right? So we can't exactly say that guy would come here and be on welfare, because he still has to go fishing for his fish. He still has to go hunting for his little pork chop or whatever he eats. So no one's handing him anything. He may live in a mud hut, but he's working hard to maintain that mud hut. So that really doesn't equate.
Yeah,
I'm not necessarily convinced by that. She explained to me. I was asking her specific questions about how those people live, and yeah, they got day-to-day routines and shit they got to do to make sure that they eat that day. So I mean, them doing what they bare minimum basic got to do to make sure that they don't starve to death. I don't.
No. I think you misunderstand the nature of the argument. Hold on. Let me reform it like this. What people are saying in general is when you're born in tougher places, where a place where it's harder to actually scratch out the basics of survival, you're already, by the time you become an adult, we put you in any other situation, you'll already be self motivated to perform whatever it takes to survive, because you've been raised and brought up in a culture where survival over everything. And so compare that to like Americanized culture, Western culture, where we have a welfare state, not just in America, but in the West in general. We have this welfare state, which it has the byproduct, the unwanted side effect of removing some of that natural urge to strive for success above everything else. And that's kind of the intrinsic difference I think we're talking about here.
Okay, that part I'll concede. The being brought up in a situation where, yes, survival is something that you need to be vigilant about. Will put you in a situation, and if you get dropped off here in America, to where you're going to have more work ethic than the average person whose mama and them was on welfare, and then she grow up and she on welfare, and then you gotta mute up whoever that is. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so I get it from that perspective, but I think the person who typically makes it over here is a person to where even if they were born in that terrible environment, they did what they had to do. They had to walk miles to get somewhere to learn something. So at 18, they could be in position to come over here. That person is doing better. And then so throw it back to the people that I knew personally who was over here. Yeah, they came from they came from families of exceptional Africans that owned a lot of shit in Kenya, and so their transition of coming over here was easy. It was just buying a plane ticket and sending them over with a little bit of money, and that was that. But they came over here with education already, and so that's that.
Hey, but no, it's something else people don't think about, right? And this is something based on my experience. So when I first moved to this country, I lived in the hood, right? Mm-hmm. And all I ever saw was poor Black people and things like that. But as I started doing better for myself, I moved into the suburbs. Mm-hmm. When I go down to Lowe's to get something for my house, it's white people that have the lower class jobs. When I walk into Starbucks or Chick-fil-A, it's all white people working these lower class jobs. And I think somehow in our community, we think that all whites are doing okay in this country.
Oh no,
that's not the case.
No, my channel is damn near ground zero for making that argument that we got to stop kissing the ass of white people like they all are just living high on the hog like that. No, they're working class, average. Like I always say, the average white man making $50K in many places, that's just enough to get by. So
yeah, I drive by the trailer parks, and it's all white people out there, and they're and I seem to want to know where's the white privilege for them.
I get that. Yeah. No. We can touch and agree on that one. That I don't buy into the racism arguments. I spent this whole show arguing against it. So there's that. So no, I'm definitely with y'all on that. I just wanted to tease out some of the odds and ends of Africans when they come over here and they do well. I just I don't know. I just wanted to tease out some of the odds and ends of that. That's probably something worthy of doing a show on. But I do feel like the Africans try to make it seem like any African gonna come over here and just completely kick ass. And I'm like, if all y'all was that damn smart, y'all would figure out how to have Nigeria looking a lot better. No disrespect, but I don't know.
All I could be wrong. Nigerians are here.
Exactly.
That's the other side of that, though. You're not wrong, but that's the other side of it. Brain drain is a real thing, and to that extent, this is why you have to have targeted immigration policies too. You want to take what's good for America, but the unwanted side effect of that is you're taking all the good stuff from the other countries too. So like people have to choose to go home. That's another side of it. Whose fault is it that the Nigerians that are the smartest and successful left and never came back?
Hey, let me give you a perfect illustration of this, right? So in the 90s, NIT, when they first started using the HB1 visas to bring the Indians, those guys were some of the smartest Indians I've ever met. But today, the guys they're bringing over aren't even half as smart as those guys. So and to me that says that in every society you have your intelligent people, you have your medium intelligent, and then you have the ones that's not so smart. But the problem in our community here in America, the Black community here, is that the ones that are supposed to be in the middle level of intelligence are following some of the dumbest one into the most, some of the doing some of the dumbest things to destroy the community. You know, so it's not the smartest people. I mean, for example, what's that brother's name? He or whatever his name is.
Oh
You
yeah.
know, he probably had a big following in his hood because he was the man.
He did have a big following. You see how many baby mamas he got?
Right,
He
exactly.
was
That's the
creating a
point.
fan base, bro.
That's the point. Like, and the smart brothers will follow the dumb guy like that, and then that drags down our community. The problem with our community is we're not looking at the more intelligent brothers and saying, let's follow these guys. We're looking at the dumb ones who's messing up our neighborhood and say, let's follow them.
And honestly, that is the point that I was initially making. So, like I said, I've watched a couple of your videos so far. I got put on by you through Kevin Samuels, and a consistent stream of thought that I keep hearing when it comes.
Wait, hold on, real quick. Explain, how did that work? How did you get put on to me by Kevin Samuels?
So he had a video that he did. He was like, I was on a panel with Bernard Riley. Shout out to Bernard Riley. Go follow him. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was a while ago.
Yeah.
He haven't given me a formal shout out in a while. I was like, wait, he recently shouted me out? But yeah, he used to shout me out all the time though, because you know, yeah, he borrowed a couple of my arguments, you know. So he shout me out. I pick up a few subs, you know, a little give take. But wait, hold on, real quick before I throw it back to you. Jackie's Retro, he says, in Europe, the Nigerian run the criminal underworld with the drugs and prostitution. In the U.S. on the East Coast, you will find a lot of Oz. What did that say? What the hell?
Remember the show Oz?
I guess. I don't know.
Adebisi. You know, remember Adebisi from Oz, the big African dude with the little tiny hat? He used to be fucking niggas up. And I think he was fucking niggas too. Like, he was a big savage.
I don't remember. No, nothing about that. Mm-hmm. But anyway, is that true that they run in the underworld? Like, well, put it like this: when the Africans go to places on that side of the Atlantic Ocean, like, okay, this is just my theory. I could be wrong. Those that come here to the U.S. are probably the more smarter, affluent, came from better families type of Africans. But when they start migrating to, you know, countries where that don't require a plane ticket to get to, they start gradually making their way over there. They probably some other countries are probably getting a different breed of Africans, if that makes sense.
Man, I'm gonna put it like this: Nigerian Black people aren't a monolith. The Black person in Oak Cliff, Dallas, Texas, isn't the same Black person in Southside Chicago. Mm-hmm. Nigerians aren't a monolith. You got Nigeria. Then you got individual cultures within in there. You got the Yorubas, you got the Ibibios, you got the, you know what I'm saying? And then you got tribes, and then you got families. So when he's talking about this Europe thing, I have no clue what he's talking about.
Okay. All right.
Well, no, it's even simpler than that, though. Anytime you get a immigration group, you're also going to bring their version of crime. Whatever sort of operation into the underworld that they can manage, because it's human nature. It has nothing to do with this immigrant group versus that immigrant group, because they all have their fucking mafia elements when you start getting enough of them over here. That's just how it works.
Yeah, you ain't that understanding and reasonable when it comes to talking about them Mexicans and all that coming over here.
Oh please, oh fuck out of here! You think a lot of this fucking drug money ain't pumped into politics, bro? The fuck out of here! I know exactly what's going on with these motherfuckers. Matter of fact, a dude and he was running for a mayor in a city in California. He just got arrested and charged with election fraud, and a lot of his money is being linked to MS-13, or not MS-13, but some cartel. Like this shit goes on. This is what happens. This is what people do.
No, the point I was making I think when it comes to the Mexicans coming over here, you like, it ain't different factions. They all the same. Get them the hell out. I think that's.
Well, no, that's different. That's a self-interest thing, man.
That's what I'm saying.
You're allowed to be unfair when it's raw self-interest.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the point I was making. Jockey's Retro. Oh wait, I already read that one. I already read that one. My bad. David Johnson back in the building with another super chat. Appreciate you. He says, "Can anybody show me a foreign policy from a foreign country that will give Black Americans free funding built off the backs and blood of the underclass of that country, because that's what happened here.
We're too smart for that.
Okay. There it is. But you're smart for that. It's people who haven't spoke yet, so I'm gonna pass the mic. Jalen Roddy in the building with the super chat. He said, "Black people having good jobs means nothing if we don't have group economics to funnel our money through. You're just making other groups rich." It's truth to that. Even though when Black people say group economics, I feel like they don't know what they're talking about or what it is. I mean, I think I'm just going to trust that you're smart enough. You understand what I'm thinking. You mean if we don't own enough businesses, then the money that we're making from these jobs, we're not funding Black businesses, making them rich. If that's what you're saying, then yeah. But some Black people, when they talk about group economics, they be all off into some socialist sounding stuff that don't really. They start talking about some stuff that's not even feasible. But if you're talking about building more Black businesses, using these good jobs, even if we can hear that, I know you can hear it, whoever that is. Yeah, taking these good jobs that you got working for the man, yeah, take that money and buy whatever as much as you possibly can from Black businesses, and then yeah, that's what you're talking about. Then yeah, I'm with you. But thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. All right, who else we got on here that haven't spoken? I'm trying to make sure, even though I see it here. Okay, that's you that been making all that goddamn noise. But all right, Cool Kumasi, go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we've been hearing you even before you was talking, I think.
Oh no, that was not me. I was on mute.
Okay.
My apologies, but yeah, I hope everybody's doing well this afternoon. I want to add, I'm a Ghanaian. My parents came from Ghana. I was born in New York, specifically the Bronx. And you want to talk about growing up, fight or flight? That was where I came from. You know, you grow up, and this is the biggest form of racism to me, is that we grow up in places where necessarily we don't like each other, but we all have to live inside the same community. So that builds problems, whether you're African, Jamaican, ADOS, whatever. That builds a lot of issues that goes on in terms of that. Now, we do have our bad here. We have the shower policy in Jamaican. We got 419 Nigerians. We got Ghanaians do the 419 as well. And we have those issues that go on. And usually in the United States, when those issues go on, that's when the feds get involved. So a lot of people talking about, oh yeah, there's bad stuff going on. Yeah, we know about the bad stuff in our own community. We talk about it a lot, especially the 419 thing. We talk about that almost ad nauseum within ourselves. So what y'all telling us is nothing new, you know. But as far as this exceptional versus average thing, I think when it comes to it, man, like we're looking at it. Are we looking at it from the United States view or the world view? Because that's two different things.
What do you mean by that?
When we talking about, okay, people coming from mud huts and all this other stuff, and versus someone coming from the projects, okay, are we talking about it on a world view or United States view? Because the United States view, we're all in the United States, we're all put in the projects, especially when I come from, we were all in the projects. Grand Concourse, 161st, or Soundview, wherever you're from in the Bronx, we were all there. No matter you're Jamaican, American, whatever, you were there. You were there. And we all had to grow up. Some of us made it out, some of us didn't. You know, I got friends that are African that are in jail. I do. I'm not going to lie about that. I do have friends that are doing well for themselves. I do have plenty of ADOS friends that are doing exceptionally well, own businesses and everything. But whenever I hear this argument, I do hear inside angst from the ADOS side, but we don't talk about how the ADOS treat us when we were coming up. I came up, man, I was getting beat up every day. I had to fight for myself. So we're not gonna act.
The girl I dated, real quick. The girl I dated from Kenya, she did say when she got here, she said Black Americans were more racist to her than white Americans. And keep in mind, she was a type who complained about racism. I mean, she got over here and started watching our social media and seeing, people get shot by the police, and she was terrified, thinking she needed to go back to Africa. So she wasn't somebody who just thought white people was wonderful, and she just didn't like Black Americans. No, she thought white people were problematic too, but her objective opinion was Black people was more racist towards her than white people. But anyway, go ahead, carry on.
Hey, bro, can I jump in here a second?
Yeah, let me add one more thing for you. Jump in. We also have the issues with our own women as well. I had a theory, man, that we're in that abortion plane as well. Those abortion numbers include us as well. They include Caribbean, Africans. They do, because a lot of those college-age women, they get pregnant by somebody, they're gonna abort that baby just so they can have a chance to succeed educational-wise. So I'm not front on that point. You know, we have a skin bleaching problem. That was highlighted in Jamaica and Africa as well, where it's destroying our bodies. We have those issues. So I want to hear a fair and balanced conversation here. I really do. Let's talk about our flaws, but let's talk about our positives as well. You know, and let's not make this all our war. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to touch on what you said about racism from other Black people. Because when I first moved here, I didn't speak any English, and for a while I thought my name was in English was Haitian Booty Scratcher, because that's what they kept calling me. I had no idea what it meant, you know, until I started learning English, and then I'm getting into fights with everyone. It was a nightmare, bro. And a lot of people think like, oh, you came from another country, you had it easy. But I had to deal with you Negroes. I had to survive you Negroes first, man. You know, getting shot at, it's insane, bro.
You know what's crazy, man?
I just wanted input. It's funny that he says that, right? So like, I was being real quiet. I didn't want to say nothing, but the example of what he's talking about is shown through what Tank was just doing for the past like 20 minutes.
Tank on the panel. Tank, I was just
Tank. I want some smoke.
That's also I didn't. It don't piss me off or nothing like that. The reality for me is that I've been there, done that, whatever. I've heard all the jokes, but to the point. Hold on, Gabe. To the point, like I face more racism from Black people than white people. The only time I stopped facing, quote unquote, totally facing racism is when Black Panther came out and everybody was on Wakanda.
Damn. Fake Africa.
Africa that. But before that, it was
shout out to Fantastic. He said Negroes in America, he said niggas ain't care about Africa until they saw fake Africa in a movie. But anyway, shout out to Fantastic.
And I'm not saying that I'm not trying to be like, oh, there's a problem because of that. I mean, again, me personally, I got tough skin. It don't bother me none. But there is a reality in which like natural born Africans face a lot of racism from their own kind. But when it comes to this whole unity Black community thing, all of a sudden they want to bring us in, and it's like, wait a minute. For X amount of years, you've been treating me as something other than Black, and now when a cop does something, now you want me to be a part of the conversation. It's like, how does that work? So,
well,
but that's a whole other topic. That's a whole other topic.
Trying to artificially fluff the ranks. That's all.
But I'm about to go to Tank Johnson, but Triple Black on the panel, and he we was talking about the platinum plan. We was just like whether or not the platinum plan or the contract with Black America was going to go through. I think we was talking about whether or not the contract with Black America that was going to go through or whatever. And he was talking about, because he's I forgot where he's from, but he was trying to figure out how can he get in on that too. Like he wanted a piece of that contract with Black America. He was like, you get your ass out of here. You ain't give a damn about us. But anyway, go ahead, Tank Johnson. We joking. Those is jokes. Those is jokes. We just playing, man. We just playing. But Tank Johnson, it's on you, man. You had all the smoke in the chat. Go ahead and start the fire. Go ahead. You got it.
What's going on, Bernard? Long time no talk to, man. How you doing?
Yeah, what's up?
All right. So the guys on the panel, these are immigrant guys. A lot of times, I think you guys do a lot of overstating the truth and gaslighting. I hear you guys recently reaching back to your childhood, talking about how you got teased. You were teased just like all the other children were teased. You know, if you come from a country, and where you come from becomes a part of the joke, then that's just what it is. But as far as it being innate hate for you, it's just not true. It's not
I
true
got, I
at
got,
all.
I got to take exception to that, brother, because Puerto
Hold on,
Ricans weren't being teased.
wait. Tank Johnson been silent for a while.
All right, my bad, my bad. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro. But I want to hear about. I want to hear about why they didn't tease Puerto Ricans and Dominicans like they were doing blacks from, Jamaica or
Everybody got teased. Everybody were teased. I'm 35 years old, so if any of you gentlemen are under 40 years old, you know what I'm talking about. We all tease each other in school. We all tease each other on a school bus. Only thing is, if you're from another country and someone ties that into the joke, then you want to make it about race, and that's just not true. It's not true at all. I think the brother Fiddle Dose said something about the white man being across on the desk when he got a job, and the brothers here wouldn't pull him through the back door. My question to you, sir, is did you apply to any black-owned businesses during that time? You were talking about the 70s and 80s, so I don't even think there were a lot of even black-owned businesses.
I was about to say he couldn't find one.
Exactly.
Nah,
so
I wasn't talking about the 70s. I wasn't talking about this. Let me correct you. I was not talking about the 70s and 80s. I'm talking about mid 90s on forward. I'm 46 years old.
Even better. even better, sir. The point is that even in the 90s, there weren't a lot of black men in positions to pull you through any back door because you came over here to compete with us. So only place you could go was to a white man across from the desk. Immigrants do not come to America to push back against white supremacy. And let me tell you something. I'm not a white supremacy suffragist at all. Not at all. I believe in bootstrapping myself and working harder than anybody else. But at the same time, let's not act like immigrants come over here to partner with us to be better, as a group. It's not true. You come over here to do what you need to do and more than likely send money back home to your families. Now for the Nigerian,
All right,
can I respond to that?
Yeah, real quick. I do want to point out that some African chick, I forgot where she was from in Africa, but I know she blew Twitter up for a while because she sort of like spilled the beans on how African parents used to talk. She basically said, come on, everybody mute up for a second because I don't know who that is, got all that background noise. She basically said that why are we going to sit here as Africans and pretend like we didn't hear our parents talking shit about about Black Americans, like we didn't hear them saying all kinds of horrible stuff that altered our view and made us look at them as less and made it to the point to where when we go over there, we don't want to associate with them because we view them as less than because that's what our parents taught us. So it's kicking dirt on Black Americans to some degree based off everything that some people have said that, yeah, it's kind of ingrained in y'all culture too, that we just stupid, dumb, lazy, we this, we that, and y'all don't want to associate or deal with that. That's somebody put that out there on Twitter. I wish I could pull it up right now. It caused a firestorm on Twitter for a while. Like it was like, wow, Africans, really don't like us, and then it turned into we don't like y'all either, and everybody was going to war about that shit. But
can I respond to Tank?
Yeah, go ahead. Whoever wanted to respond to Tank.
Yeah, this is Fatal Dose because he brought me into this. So first off, bro, listen. The type of jobs that I was going for, there was no Black company that was around giving out those jobs, and there's still nowadays you may have one or two consulting companies that are Black owned, and one of my good buddies actually owns one, and he's a African American. But back then we didn't have that, so I didn't have a Black man to go to and ask for a job. That wasn't the point I was making. I was making the point that if you had this a group of white people meeting in the back room somewhere, they must have been colorblind the day I was interviewing, right? And they didn't see that. Second, from the time I got into position for me to start making management decisions as a manager, hiring decisions, I looked out for any brother I could find. Right. So I don't want to hear that but somehow, and I wasn't hiring people from my country. I was hiring African Americans, people who were the descendants of slaves from here, not descendants of slaves from the Caribbean or someone who wasn't a descendant of slaves from Africa. Right. And the minute I bring them in, they would cause trouble for me. They were the biggest pains in my butt that they didn't appreciate anything. They didn't appreciate me going to bat to get them the big salaries and bring them in. In fact, I had one that I brought in that tried to take my job. And my boss called me into the office and said, yo, he just offered to take your job and fire you. So that's what I had to deal with. You know, so don't give me that about we don't like y'all. Y'all make it hard for us to like you.
Damn, Fatal Dose. Hold on, real quick. Yeah, I got to step away for a second. So y'all moderate yourselves, behave yourselves. But Fatal Dose, that was about to be a good story until I found out that they got on the job and you said they got on the job and did some nigga shit. God damn.
Yeah, not all of them. Not all of them. You know, I still like. I got some boys I'm still tight with still today. That you know, we look out for each other. We take care of each other, and they're African Americans. But you have those few Negroes that come on, and they just they first they don't got any respect for you, even though you're their boss. They're looking at you like you're the nigga from down the street that they bang with or whatever. And then they come in and doing whatever the hell they want.
That goes back, and I'm about to pass it to Triple Black because he don't even haven't spoken yet, but it goes back to what I talked about in a pre-recorded video I actually dropped before I came on the air about the guy who was who had to who had to cuss the girls out for twerking on the table or on the chair at his restaurant or whatever the hell they was doing. With black people, it turns into a thing where even when somebody is in your position or the position of a business owner, you're hiring black people, you're dealing with black people, or if you got black people as your customers, you end up having to bite the bullet and deal with some ninja mess, and it is crazy. It's like, you know, a lot of black people, they want to help black people, they want to work with black people, they want to start black businesses, but then, you know, you gotta be prepared to get down in the mud and deal with some nonsense. Like that's like we experienced that. I mean, that part I'll never front on, because I've seen it at jobs that I've worked where yes, some of us get in, like there's obviously some of us to get in there and work hard and do our job and go home, and that's just is what it is. Then there's some that do a half-ass job at their job but complain the whole damn time. So that's a factor in the equation too when it comes to all of this. But either way, salute, shout out to you. I do appreciate any brother, regardless of where you're from. If you're in a position to do some hiring, you ought to be hiring brothers. So yeah, so that's cool. That's what's up. You know, shout out to you.
Bernard, can I see something before I jump off here?
Who was that? Oh yeah, go ahead, Tank, and then we're gonna pass it to Triple Black. And I see you so ask for the link, Soul Provider. So go ahead, I'm putting the link in the chat for you. But I got to step away for a second. I'll be right back. Well, go ahead. I'll still be able to hear you.
Fatal Dose. Well, listen, man, I commend you for doing what you can, you know, for the brothers. That's all well and good. It's nice to hear that after the fact. You know what I mean? And let me just say, I guess I appreciate you restating your argument. But that goes back to what I initially said about immigrants overstating the truth. You know what I mean? You said that there was not a group of brothers trying to pull you in the back door and you had to go sit in front of a white man. You know what I mean? I believe that you were hired because you were the best person for the job at that time. Just like when I used to be an employee, you know what I mean? I was hired by white people. I was the best person for the job at that time. You know, the whole gaslighting thing is in the brother Kamazi from Ghana. Hey, bro, there's a club in Kamazi called Club Twist. You ever been there?
Nope, haven't been in Ghana 20 years, brother.
Okay, wow. I've been to Ghana, you know, within the last 3 years. So, you know what I mean? I got a couple Ghanaian brothers that I'm real cool with, but even they tell me that there's a lot of people from this state who keep aversions towards African Americans. You know what I mean? And all I'm saying is this: everyone is always going to have aversions towards you. You can't help how people feel. But let's just, if we're all in this space, let's just all be men.
Wait, hold on, real quick. I'm Yo, hold on. Wait, damn, hold on. I got background noise and everything. I didn't even formally leave yet. I do want to interrupt briefly and say this, because some people will look like they're coming at me talking about hiring the best person for the job. When I said hiring brothers, I didn't mean hiring unqualified brothers. I mean hiring qualified brothers. If you got to hire and you got candidates coming in for the job and no brothers are coming in, but you got qualified people that are not black, then yeah, you got to hire who you got to hire. But I'm saying if there's a qualified brother and a qualified non-brother, the brother should get hired. That's what I was saying.
For the brother.
But anyway,
Damn right.
but anyway, all right. I'm stepping away for a second. Shout out to Soul Provider. I think I just let him up on in here, but go ahead and finish. Pass the mic to Triple Black. Make sure you get a chance to speak. He haven't said nothing yet, so we go to Triple Black and then go to Soul Provider. But I got to step away for a second. I'll be able to hear you. Go ahead.
Finished, man. I'm finished, man. I just wanted to share a few thoughts with the.
Can I respond? Can I respond to you, Mr. Tank? Can I respond to you, Mr. Tank?
Yeah, what's up, bro?
You said something earlier, but you ended it with "but." So what? When you said I'm talking about the treatment I had when I was younger, you forgot to mention that we also own the negative parts of it too. I came from that family that was speaking bad, but I also have friends that spoke bad on us too. Their family spoke bad on us too.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is vice versa here.
I don't agree with the vice versa. It's not vice versa because let me tell you something.
So I understand your position. Yeah, no doubt. Let me say something real quick. You respond. I understand your position.
Hey man, before y'all go back and forth, man, can I get the mic at least one time, man?
No, hold on 1 second. One second,
Okay.
bro. We gonna get to you.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Tank, and I'll respond.
Now, what I'm saying is my ancestors have blood in this soil. So when you say vice versa, you dig what I'm saying? It's going to be hard for you to actually substantiate that claim because were you the brother who said you were born here?
I was born here. Yes, I was.
Right. Were your parents born here?
No, my parents were not born here.
Well, see, my parents and grandparents opened up the lane for your parents to come here. And the animosity starts when someone opens up a lane for you to come here and you don't want to come partner with us. So you come here, you don't want to partner with us, then now that animosity is generational. Now, how can
you partner with somebody when the olive branch is never there?
Hey,
explain when the olive branch is there. Hold on.
I want to jump into this for a second, right? There's something I got to bring up here because Tank, obviously you're not aware of this. You know, I'm sure you heard that the American Revolution was fought by Americans and they were helped by the French. What you probably don't know is the people that they were calling French were actually Haitian soldiers that was under the command of Colonel Pulaski.
Rhode Island Regiment. I do understand that.
Right. So we pushed the British out of Georgia, out of Savannah and out of Georgia. It was all Haitians that helped fought and died for this country, right? So I kind of reject the notion that it was all Haitians, bro.
One regiment did not defeat the British in Georgia.
Yes, we did. We absolutely did. This absolutely did.
Rhode Island Regiment fought just like the
time out. So all 8 was fighting for this country too?
The Massachusetts 54th, not a part of the Civil War.
No, I'm asking you a question, brother. Did all 8 fight for this country? Yes or no?
All 8 no. All 8 are not enlisted in the military.
So let me ask you. Time out. My apologies, everybody. So when you mentioned all Haitians just earlier, we can't use that same logic for y'all, or no? We can't.
The Brotherhood Servitors said all Haitians fought.
No, you said all Haitians, brother. You responded with all Haitians.
You said all Haitians.
But you responded with all Haitians, brother.
Confederate soldiers.
You did. It's a fact.
But we're not gonna play semantics or all, man. We're not gonna play. We're not gonna play with.
You the one that said it though, my dude. You just said it.
Okay, well, then you can either stay on now, man. At the end of the day, all Haitians did not fight the Revolutionary War, just like all ADOS did not. But the difference is our blood is in the soil. Compared to a small group of Haitians that came over here, okay, big deal. The point of the matter is that you immigrant brothers we're not going to keep allowing you to gaslight and overstate the truth whenever you want to talk about.
Man,
you're overstating the truth too.
That's my God. Let me bring this up too. What brother was the one that mentioned who he? Who mentioned who he? One of you brothers mentioned the brother who he.
That was Fatal Dose.
Right. And what I want to say to you about who he is, let me tell you something. There's not who he's in this space. The brothers that tune into Bernard Riley, they know who he's here. So when you want to talk about Black American men, you go to the lowest example of a Black man and create, your thoughts about ADOS men off of that. You dig what I'm saying?
And y'all just did it with mud huts. Y'all just did it with mud huts. What are you talking about? You just said mud huts.
Bro,
are we not going to forget what just been said?
Hey, Bernard said I get the mic next time.
Right? Can we let
yeah, chill. My bad, my bad.
Man, bro, you know what's crazy? that a person comes on and says, you know what, I'm not trying to gaslight you. And guess what they do? They take some gas and they light it up. It's like, come on, man. This like, Tank, you gotta listen to yourself, bro. And I don't know if you're doing it consciously, but you just said, I'm not trying to gaslight, and you did the very definition of gaslighting. You did the very definition of gaslighting. It's crazy. I don't get it. You know,
Black,
I mean, you know what? I'm not going to change your opinion.
I'm speaking numbers.
I'm not going to change.
What I'm saying is not true.
Tell
me what I said is not true.
You don't want
to tell me what I said is not true.
You just keep. You just have
what you said is not true. You kind of omitted some things, brother. You did. You omitted some things. You said Ados, your blood's in the soil, right? Who else was here? Native Americans were here. White people were here as well. So y'all not the only ones that have blood on the soil, brother.
What that got to do with what we're talking about? There are no white people, Native Americans on this panel.
So now the conversation changed. Good. All right, copy.
Can I just say something before it turns into a negative?
Didn't some of the ADOS men fight for the Confederacy? You want me to throw that in your face?
Yes, they did. What's wrong? I mean, okay, so they fought for what they believe in. At the end of the day, opened up the lane for immigrants. It doesn't matter whose side. It doesn't matter whose side they fought on. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whose side they fought on. It doesn't matter whose side they fought on.
I'm just saying, you talking about gaslighting.
End of the day, the descendants of slaves open up the lane for the immigrants to come here. Is that not true?
The what?
That is absolutely not true. That is not true.
Okay.
Stop
Civil rights movement did not open up the lane for immigrants.
No, that is not true.
Okay, somebody's lying. Somebody's lying. It isn't me.
Tank, can I ask you a question, bro?
Can I finish talking? I'm just saying, you're talking about that you're not gaslighting, and you're doing the very definition of gaslighting.
You keep saying that, but you're not telling me. You're not telling me what I'm saying is not true.
Tank, can I?
You're not telling me what's not true.
Y'all mind if I ask him a question?
Shoot it, brother. Shoot it.
When you said so, I think Black just said that ADOS men fought for the Confederacy, right?
Yeah.
And your response was, it doesn't matter what side they fought for.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So if they fought for the Confederacy, they fought for slavery by definition, right?
No, listen, man. That age-old argument.
I'm just asking.
It wasn't about slavery. It wasn't about slavery.
I'm just trying to ask. I'm trying to get clarity. I'm trying to get clarity. So seriously, like I'm not trying to pin your point. I'm just trying to get clarity on the argument, because there's a lot of people talking, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on. So when you're responding that it doesn't matter what side they fought on, what do you mean?
What I mean was that the Civil War wasn't even about slavery, so it doesn't matter what side the ADOS men fought on. It doesn't matter, because either way, it wasn't about their liberation. So it doesn't matter that ADOS men fought on the Confederacy or the Union.
If it was about liberation, you would be giving props to the Haitians. You know what I'm saying? You would be giving props to Haiti. They created the whole movement over here. How about that? You know what I'm saying? You want to
all right.
I haven't taken anything away from the Haitians. I haven't taken anything away from the Haitians.
All right, everybody. Silent. All right, we about to pass the mic to Soul Provider Speak. I know y'all in like the 12th round of a Thriller in Manila, and I gotta pass the mic. Go ahead, Soul Provider.
Hey, what's going on? I'm glad you came back. Thanks for coming on the rescue, man. It turned into a nigga panel, but you fixed that real quick. So
y'all was getting y'all asses kicked, but all right.
Oh, okay. So, I think it was Fatal Dose that said about the Black Panther joke. Is that you that mentioned the Black Panther one? Is that you, Fatal Dose?
No, it wasn't me.
Oh, no, that was me.
Are you talking about? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So, I'm a second generation Nigerian, and what's funny is my experience was that I didn't even know there was a difference between, I guess you would call them ADOS or Africans. I didn't know there was a difference when I first started going to elementary, middle school, high school. I didn't know. I just thought we were all Black people, right? Mm-hmm. But then my experience was, I was getting, someone said in the chat, teased or making fun of our names and stuff, getting roasted for our names and shit. And the thing is, I didn't go back to my parents to ask, like, what's going on. I didn't ask them, like, why are these other Black people trying to roast me on my name? I thought we were just all the same. I just kind of figured the shit out on my own. Oh, okay. So there is some type of division here going on. I didn't have that talk with my father. Oh, well, these are Americans. Well, no, we didn't have any of that fuckery bullshit. Like, yeah, it's true. A lot of Africans do talk shit, just like Black Americans do typically. But I didn't have that talk. My parents didn't say, "Oh, well, you know,
Talk shit first.
Okay, God. And my parents didn't have that. Oh, well, you have to talk to these Americans. No, we didn't have any of that. I just treated every black person, every black man like they were just black. You know, I just kept it like that. So, and even while doing that, like I said in the chat, I only got these jokes specifically from Black Americans. No whites, Spanish, no one else but Black Americans. And
Well,
even
of
to this
course,
day,
hold on, wait, time out. To that, I say, of course, because there are certain jokes that white people not gonna say
Yeah.
to black people.
Yeah,
White
right.
people, I mean, as a
Why
people,
not? They not racist enough to say these things?
no, they're not.
They're not going to call you a spirit trucker to your face.
That's my question.
White
If
people
they're
aren't
not
going to call you a
racist
spirit trucker
They're
to
not
your
gonna
face.
hold
They're
on,
not going to do that.
hold on. That's true. They're not gonna call him a spirit chucker to his face, just like they're not gonna call me a nigger to my face. It's not gonna happen. So yeah, that's why y'all don't get it from white people, just for the same reason that white people, they will walk on eggshells and bite their tongue, you know, around us. But if they racist, they will do something racist
But
eventually
this
if they
goes,
happen to
this
be
goes
racist.
back to the
Yeah.
original statement that you made earlier, Bernard, and the question I asked earlier. My bad, bro. I don't mean to cut you off, but
Go ahead. I'm gonna throw it back to him. But go ahead.
But it goes back to that original thing that the previous fight that people keep bringing up has been won. How do you know? Because the culture won't even accept the outright racism that they accepted in the past. So when we talk about racism and all this other stuff, trying to go back to the original topic, right? When we talk about racism and all the things that are holding back Black Americans, we have to talk about it in its current context. What is happening today that's keeping the average man average? What's happening today that's allowing the average African, what we talked about earlier, I'm not even gonna say average African, the average person moving forward, right? You can't bring it all the way back to lynching and all those other things, because those things aren't blatantly happening today because the culture has changed. You just dropped a video on DL Hughley gaslighting people on the freaking Burke pajamas. You see how many people jumped on that?
Yeah.
If it was the same racism that it was in the 50s and the 20s, nobody would even blink an eye on that.
We bitching about microaggressions and editing photos together to make it look racist when it wasn't racist.
Right. You gotta try to make stuff racist for people to get mad. That's what I'm saying. If it's so overt, then why do you have to reach to find it? So there has to be something other than racism.
You got reaching back to their childhood, talking about black people racist. You're reaching back to your childhood. It's ridiculous.
All right, real quick.
Can I just take there for a second?
Because I brought that up as a
hold on,
joke.
Fatal
I
Dose.
don't even care about that.
Wait, hey, hold, chill, bro, chill. I want to let
Bernard, I didn't even get a chance to talk, man. I was when you
who is that talking right now?
That's when the slug match happened.
Who is that talking? Who was just talking? I can't see who's talking.
No, I was just trying to say I didn't even get a chance to say
I'm
my
asking
piece.
who are you?
That's
I can't.
black. That's black.
Okay, nobody's thing is pulsating right now for some reason, so I couldn't tell who was
Black.
talking. Oh yeah, when I was listening to you, okay, now it is. Oh yeah, when I was listening to you, you just came in and you just like kind of just started. You didn't really make a point, so I thought you just wanted to talk shit.
No,
but all right.
No, I
got you. We gonna. Well, I mean, no, the words that you were saying was just shit talking words, so you got shit talking back. But I make sure you get this chance to fully lay out what you're gonna say. We're gonna go back to Soul Provider after I do the super chats. Falcon Black said ADOS don't have the same smoke for Turkish or Arabs who run your corner shops. Sounds like selective outrage and cowardice. I think they do got smoke for Arabs and Turks, but it's some of us who are ignorant and still gonna support, who gonna go in there and buy their 3X t-shirts, fried chicken, and single cigarettes and Magnum condoms from them. That's just so. But ain't like it's not like it's a question. What you're saying would only make sense if there was a question of whether or not we breaking bread at a cookout with Arabs, which we don't. But whether or not we breaking bread at a cookout with Africans, that's a possibility. That's on the table. You know, that happens. So there's that. That's why it's a different thing, you know. But I understand where you're coming from, but there's never no attempted, perceived, or situational brotherhood between us in Turkish or Arab. So that's why you don't necessarily got an apples to apples comparison right there. But I understand the point that you're trying to make. That's what we should really have a smoke for, and trying to shut down their businesses and black people build businesses up where their businesses are. That's some actual practical shit that do need to get looked at seriously. Al Boogie in the building. He says you can't let them try to jump Tank B Diddy. I wasn't even present. I had to go to the bathroom and do some other stuff. So if they jumped him when I was away, then they is what it is. I'm about to sign up to catch a flight records. I'm in Harlem. I'll work my way to the X first. All right.
Appreciate that, bro.
Soul Provider.
Yeah.
In the building. Go ahead, you got it. And then I'm gonna go back to Triple Black. Then we go to my man Pablo.
That whole fuckery didn't last long. Like in college, I mean, everyone was just cool. It didn't matter African American. And I was in HBCU, maybe that was why, but it was a good experience. I didn't have that issue once college and after that. So it stopped pretty quickly. But then even in this space, you'll still see some people say, "Oh well, you're not black." And I just cammed up recently, and so before that, people were like, "You're white," because some people judge you based on your voice. Apparently all black people sound the same and shit. And someone made a comment about okay, well, Africans come
Still
here
taking shots.
Okay, so someone made a point that okay, we come here and apparently they help their families. I'm like, isn't that what everyone does who has family? They help their family.
Yeah,
this is the point. No, when I said that, this is the point I'm making, is that you come over here, and this is the gaslight. You come over here and act like you can't do nothing with black people when your initial premise was to come over here just to send money back home. You had no intentions of doing anything with black people here. But when you brought up on it, you want to play
Whoever
like
said they had to. This is why I don't get that shit from. Where is it written in the contract that they owe you or me anything?
You don't owe black people anything. But my thing is, if you come over here with a mission that you're just taking care of yourself, then why do you even have an opinion on how black people are operating, especially if they're not in the way of what you're doing?
Because they live here. That's why.
Well, so because we live here, we just hear people talk about. And this is why we're firing back.
Tank, when
we're not just here for you to talk about.
When people talk about black people, they don't separate the two. If the conversation inherently separated the two people, or not the two people, but the different types, then you wouldn't hear any of the pushback.
Hey, can I jump in here a second?
It incorporates all black people in the same way.
I don't understand the point that you're making. But my point is, you can do what you want to do. You can do what you want to do, but don't act like black people are in your way, or black people made it so hard for you to come up in America. No, we didn't. You had it very easy over here. You have it very easy here. This is why you're here.
Anybody saying that?
Yeah, I'd like to jump in this to Tank. There's a question. There's something he mentioned earlier, right? About teasing in the school system. When we first get here. So when we first get here, right, and you said everybody was getting teased. Somebody come in with a messed up pair of shoes, or they didn't get their Jordans or whatever. You tease them on that, right? But what happens with foreigners, you're teasing them on where they're from, the way they speak, and their name. So it's not just a generalized teasing where everybody understands that, oh, well, they're just getting on him because of his shoes. They're just ranking on him because he had the ugly shirt on. It was personal. It was you Haitian booty scratcher, you African booty scratcher, which could not be which could not be said for everyone else that was around, because they were not from those places, and people were making fun of your accent, and these were very personal things. So the thing you said earlier about everybody was getting diss, it wasn't the same diss. So imagine a white man walking in here and say, y'all ninjas, right? And then he says, y'all crackers. You wouldn't look at it the same. You wouldn't say, "Oh well, he dissed crackers too." So that's how there's a big separation there between the behavior of Black Americans towards Black foreigners that has to be taken into account. We can't just excuse it and say everybody was getting dissed.
I will say this.
Right.
I will say this.
So what you're saying is, because
I'm not gonna take side on this. I'm not choosing sides. Let me put it like that. I'm not choosing sides. But I will say this: white people go just as hard on other immigrant white people in certain contexts. They call Irish genders and all the other stuff. So it does happen on both. I'm not. It happens. It happens because when you come into contact with another culture, you do get teased. All I'm saying, as far as the initial and Tank, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounded like the initial premise was that you guys don't come over here and with the intention of contributing anyways. So why do you feel like you need a seat at the table? Why do you feel like you can speak up in the conversation? As far as that is concerned, the only reason the conversation gets brought up by immigrants is because when the conversation gets brought up overall, they talk about Black people overall. They don't say the immigrant Black population and the American Black population. So immigrants, by default, end up having to defend themselves and distinguish themselves from the other people that are being brought up.
Sort of like how Black people,
Sort
of like how Black people have to distinguish ourselves from niggas. So I understand.
I'm gonna tell you why that's a lie. I'm gonna tell you why what you just said is a lie because
okay, go ahead.
A lot of you Africans, you still carry your African name. A lot of us, those people, we have Americanized names. I don't know what your real name is. I don't know what your real name is, what your government is, but a lot of you Africans, you still carry your ethnic name as your government part. So there's the distinction.
Wait, hold on.
Hold on. Yo, bro, Tank, you gotta realize there's tens of millions of brothers from the Caribbean like myself who have regular name: John, Mark, Luke, Lawrence. So that
you have extra British
so
name.
right. So that doesn't fly.
I don't understand the
I'm talking about Africans. I'm talking about Africans.
Right, but it's not just Africans that are immigrants. So you can't just say African because I'm from the Caribbean.
I was speaking to the African brothers, sir. I was replying to the African brothers, sir.
Right, but the brothers from the Caribbean get the same smoke from you from the same way.
The African issue is that a lot of Africans still hold on to their ethnic names. So when they're here, white people know who you are. They know who you are. And actually, we know who Caribbeans are.
Wait. I'm sorry.
Let me just say.
Okay, all right. Time out. I understand the point you're making, Tank, that they don't need to go out their way to make a distinction because it's clear and obvious. They got an African name and they got an accent. People know who they. Even if when you see them immediately, you don't know what they are, but eventually you are going to be able to tell who and what they are. Let's understand where you about to go with it. Just pump the brakes for a second. Because Triple Black did want to finish your point, then I do got to go to Pablo. So go ahead, Triple Black. You wanted to make an initial point because you said you didn't really get to make the point that you wanted to make when you had the mic.
Oh my God, bro! I'm like, I'm maybe I'm sensitive, because I've,
you got the mic.
To a lot of videos.
You got the mic now. Don't go ahead. I'm fucking with you. All right, go ahead.
Narcissism and gaslighting, but that's another story. But I wanted to make that point where there's a lot of nuances, and I think that unless a lot of people don't want to accept the nuances in these arguments, like what you were saying earlier about if you drop, someone that's successful over here, over in Nigeria or whatever country, they're going to make it happen. I wholeheartedly do agree with that. I don't agree with the notion that, some just because you're from Wakanda, you're better than, that's all bullshit. But there's also some nuances in African culture that allows them, when they do come over here, to succeed, whether it's, government or anything. First thing is family structure. That's very important to Africans in general. And that does make a difference. Just like, you have over here the class of people like the blue bloods or the bourgeoisie or the Creole people or whoever that they're the head of college or whoever, they usually have a lot of those same structural differences in family, and education and family is very important. When you put those things together and you go into any environment, you're going to have a better chance of thriving. I mean, that's a nuance that we could talk about,
No, I did. Hold on, wait, time out real quick. I did talk about that nuance, and I acknowledge that nuance, but I said the problem is this family structure and all of this stuff enables Africans to, or let's just say a Nigerian, to thrive better than if they got the right equipment or framework or cultural structure to succeed, then it seems like Nigeria would be better off. But I think actually what we're seeing is a brain drain. Those who are intelligent among them are leaving and coming over here.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
so,
but there's also
that makes my hypothesis seem correct. That yes, there's a percentage of them that are exceptional. Those that are exceptional make it over here, and they do exceptional over here. But if that structure shit that you're talking about was so A1, then they would all be, doing pretty solid over in Nigeria. They would figure out a way to build. They'll figure out a way to make Nigeria great again, or
But I've already
But you're
said that. I've already said
absolutely.
that.
I'm not
That's an
arguing with
issue.
you on that. All right,
That's a
I'm
policy
not
issue.
arguing
That's
with
why.
you on that. You're absolutely right about that. It's the thing is when they come over here, they can get the resources to allow them to do certain things like practice group economics. When they get here, they naturally practice group economics, and that allows successful in that little tribe. And when they send money over to Nigeria, like those little tribes or little pods or little villages can practice those things. That's why you can have a lot of those people that they send money back to are, I guess they have a better chance of being successful in that environment, because if you look at their government, they can't practice group economics like they do over here because they just don't have the resources. It does make a difference. So that's why there is an appearance.
I think driven people, smart people in a country that got a lot of natural resources, if they the shit like you're saying, they would figure out a way to pull them resources out of the damn earth and turn that water into some wine and make it do what it got to do.
Right.
So that's why I'm not sold. That's why I'm not sold that just any African can come over here and kick ass. I think the exceptional are coming over here and being exceptional. That's where I'm saying. I haven't heard nobody really refute that. When I'm gonna go to Pablo, we might go back to you, Triple Black, but we gotta go to Pablo. I definitely gotta work my way to Fantastic because I know he got some shit to say on this. Jackie's Retro. People from Sierra Leone and Liberia have English names. I don't know exactly. That must have been something else going on. I don't know what they got to do.
Responded to
okay. No, I get it. I remember. Yeah, some of them do got English names. All right, go. Oh shit, Pablo dropped. Damn, my bad. I should have got to Pablo sooner. Come back, you get a chance, Pablo. All right, Manosphere Finance, real quick, go ahead, you got it? Going once, going twice, sold to Fantastic, go ahead, you got it.
Yo, what up, man? What's going on?
What up?
Hey, man, listen, bro, I don't know what's up with this thing about where black people, it seems like the only people that can criticize black people and it's okay is white folks. The white man tell you you're rich, you're rich. The white man tell you you're doing this, you're doing that, you're good. If anybody else that's, melanated, as people love to say, or the people you love to claim when you're doing some great things, say something, oh, you ain't black, you need to shut your ass up. Again, man, you can tell when a person has never had to do any type of, I guess, quality assurance or any type of somebody coming behind you to check to make sure that something's done properly. Because again, this is why you have checks and balances, not only in government, but in life and shit and stuff, right? This is why the car you get off the lot or even the shirt you get off your back, they have somebody to go through and check so many other things to make sure you don't have deficiencies in it. And if you let the same person that's doing the work all the time check their own work, what's going to happen? That's the problem with niggas. Niggas only want to be checked by niggas, and niggas don't know how to check shit. That's the problem. You're horrible. Niggas are horrible assessors of character, of morals, of value, all of this stuff. And again, when somebody from the outside that's doing better than you comes to say something that looks kind of sort of like you, oh, you want to just shut the hell up and keep it to yourself because you ain't one of us. But again, like I said, especially when it comes to black females, oh, they want to claim Lupita and everybody else. All these chicks are Africans, and they want to claim what was the other girl name for a minute? Amara Lanoga, all this stuff. They want to claim anybody that's got any type of tan on them, bro. So, bro, you sound extremely ignorant, asinine, and just insecure when a person that's of your some point in time, you niggas love to talk about back to Africa. Well, nigga, that's the source, nigga. That's the root, nigga. That's the root. So if when they come here and they're outperforming us, and they say, hey, this is the problem with you. Again, man, I had African people tell me, bro, they come here and they tell them that the immigration people tell them here, hey, stay away from them niggas. bruh, that is a problem. And the fact of the matter, they would even come out and tell you that you should look at that as like a favor of them, letting you know this is how they make the delineation between the African person and the African American person. This is why they proudly wear their name and use their motherfucking accent in any chance, in corporate America, because they don't want to be seen as one of you niggas. So this whole thing about if you ain't black, you ain't ADOS, you ain't what's FDA or whatever the hell, it's a new acronym every week. Bro, you gotta stop that shit, man. Honest criticism, again, man, is something that adults learn to do, and you take it on board and you improve upon it. If it's just some straight bullshit and some hater shit, okay, ignore it like you do 90% of the time. But no,
all right, now can I interject with this, Mr. Fantastic?
Well, yeah. Well, real quick, you can hop in. I think Manosphere Finance. I think that's your name. Real quick, I got to read this. I do want to make a real brief response to something that Fantastic said, but Sir Tice,
I need to respond to. It sounds like he's talking to Tank Johnson, so I want to respond too.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It says these resources are not granted to every single immigrant, but please name these policies set aside, etc., that various African immigrants receive. Yeah. I ain't with that one either. Saying that y'all get all kind of policies and grants and this or that. I don't know. I ain't with that. The only thing that I was going to say, and this piggybacks on something that I said before, when they get to immigration or whatever, and they say, "Hey, stay away from them niggas," I'll always go back on this. Black people in America be telling other black people or telling themselves, "Stay away from them niggas." So there is a class of niggas that that black people with their head on straight and the Africans that come over here with their head on straight gonna want to stay away from. But my only argument is that they got niggas over there in Africa too that don't make it over here, and they don't make it over here because they niggas. So that was my only argument. They got niggas too. They niggas just in there just dwelling around doing nigga shit in Africa. Like you talk to anybody what's going on in Africa, it's a lot of nigga shit in Africa. And I think the upstanding Africans that with their head on straight, they try to talk as if they're the average of an African, but if they were, Africa would look a lot fucking better. That's I haven't heard nobody refute that one yet. But overall, I do understand Fantastic point that we getting some criticism. I don't they sprinkle a little splash of gaslighting on that criticism when they try to make it seem like any African can come over here and just perform their well if they would.
Yeah, no, that's bullshit. But no, I hate when people say that.
But let me just say this. Hold on. Let me interject with this. Is that to be fair though, in this particular conversation, I will say this: there are elements in corporate America, there are elements in the State Department of the United States government that do go overseas and they recruit. Okay, they recruit immigrants who they can bring over here and who they can integrate into the economy, who they know will not participate in social unrest. In fact, they coach them when they come over here. There are videos literally where they coach them. When they immigrate over here, they tell them not to get involved in social unrest, not to get involved in black radical groups, not to get involved in black political groups.
Okay, what's the problem?
That is documented. Hold on, bro. You gotta let me talk. That is documented. That is on record. Number two, within corporate America, I do know for a fact that there are a lot of white people in corporate America. They would rather have a non-ADOS black person to work with than an ADOS. Number one, we make them feel uncomfortable. A lot of times, brother, you gotta let me talk. Another time, a lot of times there is tension between Black Americans and white Americans because of things that happen in the news, okay, and stuff like that. Brother, do you act like this in the Navy? Do you talk out of turn when you're sharing information in the Navy?
Wait a minute.
No. You don't respect. Is this how you act in the Navy?
Yes, I do. I do.
Okay, maybe that's why you've been in the same rank for 10 years. But let me finish.
No, hold on, dude. No.
Wait, Bernard, just real quick. Is this fat lame ass nigga that was talking about me 2 weeks ago that don't nobody know about?
Nah, nigga, I never talk about.
I have no idea who he is, and he getting muted up. Don't come over here attacking Fantastic. Only thing Fantastic did.
Tell him to shut the fuck up,
Bernard, if he wanted Bernard, please let him have it.
No, I ain't letting that.
Nigga, I ain't got time.
I ain't letting that go down. But put it like this. He just went full diva over there. Only thing you did is said you're making my point. If you tried to cut him off with a paragraph, I would understand his response. But if somebody just interject, yeah, you're making my point. That ain't reason to get all.
But no, you
Come
saving him,
on, let
man.
me finish. Let me finish. He didn't cut you off like that, man.
Yeah,
Dude, you tripping. You being a
you didn't have to save him, Bernard. Again, this is some nobody ass dude that thinks he wants to go one-on-one with the great one. You should have let him have it, and I was just gonna rip his motherfucking head off and make him look stupid.
I mean,
Again,
you
all
can
you
go
doing
ahead
is
and rip
making
his shit off right now, but he ain't about to come on here just acting a damn fool. He ain't about to do that.
listen, man. Again,
I done cleaned up the acting a damn fool on my show right now.
My
Silent,
bad, brother. You right.
Silent Lamont is the only one to still be getting away with it, and you a little bit. I'll let you go on and go off. Go on and go off on him. Go on and go off on him. I
return fire, bro. I don't start the fire. Just
yeah, no,
listen.
I let you and Silent go off. Some nigga I ain't never heard of ain't about to come up here and act
I
a
don't know
damn
who
fool.
this guy is. Manosphere Financial, and again, nigga, where your finances? You got a whole bunch of money up there, but you ain't showing your face. I don't know, but anyway, again, bro, this dude just made my point. Again, I know he's probably slow enough to understand it, but everything I said about the only opinion, who's the only opinion that black people care about? White people. How many times he bring up white people? Why are you concerned with white people? If your name is Manager of Finance, I'm pretty sure, I hope you should be an entrepreneur, right? So if you're an entrepreneur, why are you worried about white people? You control your own destiny, right? And you're not worried about white people giving you your money. I mean, if that's logic I'm using by who you claim to be, what your name is, that tells me that you're a independent business owner that's all about this, black, that has a black customer base. So what the hell do you give a damn about what white people want? Again, y'all are slow. Y'all get up here and prove my point. Bro, I don't give a damn about what the hell white folks want with Africans or don't want, so on and so forth. If I am good enough, okay, if I have enough skills, if I have enough resources, if I have enough whatever in the hell that a business needs, you know what they're going to do? They're going to hire me. This woe is me 1960s. Oh, they ain't hiring no niggas. Bruh, this is just proved by I don't know how many times. Like, why are we still talking like we where's the time machine? What niggas wearing suits and motherfucking afros? What are we doing here? Bell bottom?
Let me finish my statement.
All right, no, hold on. Wait, hold on. Pump the brakes, dude. All right, we going to Pablo. I'll get back to you.
Hey, yo, my statement wasn't even finished, bro.
I know. You got out of pocket, and now you got to wait.
I got 3 more sentences.
No, you got out of pocket, and you got to wait.
You can go.
All right, Pablo, go ahead. I just booted him. Damn, them niggas don't know how to sit still and be normal. But go ahead, Pablo.
Yeah, man.
I don't know who the hell he is. How you come on the show your very first time, just showing the hell out? Like Silent been showing the hell out, but I've been knowing Silent in this space for 2 years, man. That's like family. That's like the person in the family that always flip over a table at the family picnic. I mean, that's a problem. That's an in-house problem I'm trying to deal with. But I don't know who the hell he is. Just come over here acting a damn fool. But go ahead, Pablo.
Yeah, man. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So, I travel extensively internationally. And for full disclosure, my wife is an immigrant. But see, when I travel internationally and I go to other countries, what happens to Americans frequently when we travel abroad is when we get to that other country, they have what's called the gringo price. And what the gringo price is, if a foreigner comes in and is looking for a particular service or a particular product or whatever, there's a price for the locals, and then there's a price for the visitor or the immigrant, right? And they can tell pretty much just like we can after a few words out of your mouth where you're from and how they're going to deal with you. Now, in the United States, the laws don't allow for Americans to charge you the gringo price. We have to treat you all on paper fairly, right? But when we go to your countries, we accept that, you know what? I'm in Nigeria, they're gonna hit me with the extra. I'm in Ghana, they're gonna hit me with the extra. I'm in Colombia, they're gonna hit me with the extra. I'm in Dominican Republic, they're gonna hit me with the extra because I'm an American, because I'm not a native. What you guys typically tend to want is to come here and not pay the gringo price. Not only do you not want to pay the gringo price in money, what you don't want to pay the gringo price in is social capital.
And I'm sorry, getting teased in the manner of the gringo price here in the United States ain't a motherfucking thing. That ain't nothing. And compared to what we experience when we go to your home country. So we really don't want to hear a lot about, oh, I got teased. Bruh, I have to pay a whole nother separate price for an apartment when I go to Colombia than the Colombian. And you know it's that way in your home countries. As soon as they see an American, they jack up the price because they know they assume that you're wealthy. So when you come here, there are going to be assumptions about you that may or may not be fair, but they are what they are. Welcome to America, niggas.
Shout out to Cool Kamazi. He says, thank you for the love and the opportunity. Shout out to Tank and David Johnson. It's all love and respect. And speaking of Tank, you was trying to jump back in here. Go ahead, bro. You got it.
Oh,
Tank,
man,
you there?
I forgot. Yeah, I'm here. I was going to respond to Fantastic, but after hearing Pablo, man, I think I'm going to just go ahead and let it go, man. I made all my points, and I stand by everything I said, so it is what it is, man. Pablo summed it up perfectly. Perfect.
Yeah, that was good stuff, Pablo. That was definitely good stuff. They talking about being teased and called booty scratchers and whatnot.
Yeah, nigga. Every dark skinned nigga was a booty scratcher, nigga, before we even knew what Africa was.
Yeah, me and Fantastic have been an African booty scratcher on the playground a couple times.
Nigga, I was an African booty scratcher, and I ain't got no green card, nigga, so I ain't trying to hit an African booty scratcher. But Pablo, well, this is what I say, man, and we talk about this in this space, and we get the gringo price because the black man isn't international enough. You know what I mean? You got brothers that travel here and there, so on and so forth. But unlike other demographics, I think we are one of, if not the only demographic that does not travel and set up hubs for each other.
But the white guys get it worse. They get it worse.
I was just about to say, because they assume white people got more money, so I know they overcharging them.
Yeah, they get it even worse.
I promise you that's on the individual. Well, I promise you that's on an individual basis. If it's a white dude that's set up over there that knows somebody, it's a white dude that they can go through as the middleman to make sure you don't get fucked over. Again, shout out to Marco. Marco said he met up with what's the brother name?
Templar. Thinking Templar, right?
Yeah, Thinking Man's Templar. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, Thinking Man's Templar and Thinking Man's Templar. He said he hooked him up because they was trying to get him like that, but because he had extension through brothers in this space, he wasn't able to get fucked over. So this is why I say, and yet again, shout out to Marco. That's non-nigga. That's cool with niggas. So y'all go through and y'all say this stupid ass shit. Again, I don't understand how niggas can understand. I got the motherfucking connect from motherfucking Mexico, nigga. I got the motherfucking plug from overseas. When it comes to some illegal shit, all right, and you cool with that. But again, if you got a dude that's a non-nigga that's foreign and they melanated, bro, and they're able to get you into certain spaces or keep you from paying that gringo price, now it's a problem. Again, bro, like I people just don't understand it. And again, I'm a loner. I'm one of the most like unsociable niggas that there are. But when it comes to this networking for the aspect of business, bro, or gaining power, that's essential, and every man should understand that. So this whole thing of acting like you're not going to use people that look like you to get the advantage of something, especially from the business aspect, that's just, I don't even know what to call it, man.
Hey, can I respond to Pablo? Pablo's my man. I'd like so Pablo, here's the point where you're missing, right? Me living here for the past almost 40 years, if I go back down to the country I was born, guess what? I'm gonna get the gringo price. So you're not saying anything that that means something on my side here, right? But you can't equate what a grown man is going through. So first thing you got to understand, when a kid moves over here from another country, he is not used to dealing with the type of mental abuse that other African Americans can dish out on them, because that's just not what their culture is like. So there is a mental component to it. It's not just, oh, we all got this. You got to think about the culture the person came from, where something like that would have never happened to them. And they're being bombarded now by every kid on the schoolyard. Every kid now is trying to fight him. Every kid is trying to
price. But what you didn't listen to what I mean, you heard me, but you didn't listen. That's the price of admission.
But should it
That's
be?
the pro- that
Should
that's
it
the
be?
well,
Yes.
it is.
Yes.
I
Yes.
can't go to you. I can't
Yes.
go to
Yes, it should
Jamaica
be.
or Haiti and say, "Oh, this ain't this shouldn't be like this." I can't tell
Right,
them
right.
how their
But
culture should be.
right, right. But the thing about it is, if you don't want to spend your money there, guess what? You can take your money elsewhere. But here,
Right,
you can't run from
right,
the mental abuse if you live here.
exactly. If
You can't
you
run
don't
from the mental
like
abuse.
it, wait a minute. If you don't like it, France is open. Flights
Guess
leave
what I
daily.
did? I moved to a white neighborhood. Yeah, and I don't got to deal with it. And that's the point I'm
All
making.
right.
Why is it our
Welcome
brothers
to
are
the
doing that to
club.
our other brothers, and
Well,
white people are doing that to
well,
us?
Fatal
hold on.
Dose, I hear what you hold on. I hear what you're saying, Fatal Dose.
You
But I
figured out how
mean,
to avoid the
a
gringo
fat
price.
a fat kid on the playground is going to get
Thank
teased. I
you,
mean,
Jay.
y'all basically getting treated like fat kids, and I don't want to say. I mean, okay, a fat kid could grow up and lose weight and then get some self-esteem, but if he's still complaining about getting teased on the playground for being fat, we would call him a snowflake. So I
Hey,
mean,
But that's not what I'm saying, Bernard. Let me like the point wasn't. I'm not complaining about it, right? The point was brought up
oh, you
earlier
definitely complaining, man.
about no. I'm not complaining about what happened to me when I was 12 years old. There was a point that was brought up earlier about the separation of people of blacks from outside of the United States. That's why that point was brought up. The behavior of African Americans towards brothers from other places contributed to that. It wasn't that I'm sitting there crying, oh, they tease me. Yo, I was knocking niggas out back in those days. I was getting into
Oh my
fights, so I ain't even looking back at that. That's done and over and done with. I was trying to explain why some of some of the
wasn't knocking niggas
experiences
out. You
happen.
said you was running.
I
Can I jump in real quick? Because it's something I
all right,
noticed
yeah.
about this
Good
Black
Trevor
Unity
ain't
thing.
said nothing in a while, but real quick, good men in the building, the super chat, appreciate that. He says, to your point, Bernard, about African ninjas, they don't even get a chance. Their parents send them back home. I think you mean back to Africa before that behavior fully manifests. I was talking about Africans in Africa that at home being ninjas. I'm saying there's a nigga. I'll go ahead and say it. It's late in the stream, whatever. There's a nigga class in amongst Africans. If you go to Kenya, I mean, the girl I dated from Kenya told me about them. Like, they don't got guns to do a lot of shootings, but she said it's a lot of stabbings and muggings. They do nigga shit out there. The point that I'm making is that their niggas don't actually make it to the point to where they're well off enough to be able to even have the means and the support system and all of that to make it over here and thrive. That's what I'm saying. They got, just like we got a nigga class sitting around not doing nothing, they got a nigga class over there sitting around not doing nothing. That's all I was saying. And there those among them that are not niggas tend to roll up their sleeves and figure out a way how to get the hell out of Africa, or at least do good there. That's what I'm.
And you know, my point is this: there's a trade-off anytime you leave and go from one culture or one country to another. And it just seems like the immigrants here expect none of the trade-off. They expect the streets to be paved with gold. They expect to have everything they ever dreamed of, and there be no discomfort associated
That's what
with it.
they're told about America, though. So
And that's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
There's going to be discomfortable shit here. Uncomfortable shit. Yeah. There's going to be uncomfortable shit here. Yeah, you're going to have some money. Yeah, you might have a nice big house. Yeah, I have to deal with this with my wife. How do you think I know? Yeah, it's going to be some uncomfortable shit that goes with it. There's a trade-off.
I want to highlight something that you guys
go ahead.
This whole thing of Black Unity is kind of the quiet title of this whole part of the conversation. And the funny thing is, right, the guy who's like kind of defending the argument for Black Unity is also the guy who, like, when confronted about like Haitians being on the ground, boots on the ground, dying in the Revolutionary War, he was basically like, fuck that Haitian blood. We're not going to one drop them in. But, I thought it was for Black Unity. Like, the whole idea of Black Unity is a joke. Well, even in the movie Wakanda, think about the fucking joke that was played on us. People took an African man whose entire fucking history is not just symbolic. His entire history was fuck you niggas. like Black Panther and the Nation of Wakanda, a major principle about them is fuck the rest of these niggas. And they made that man your black mascot. Like black unity is a fucking joke, and you motherfuckers don't see how people just using that shit to hustle y'all.
God damn, yeah. Even a lot of the card-carrying white supremacists that want to separate from all other races, they came out and said they liked the Black Panther just because we saw a perfect ethno state in that movie where they just worried about themselves. They didn't want to bring no immigrants in because they said them immigrants are going to bring in their problems. They wanted to keep everything closed and stick strictly to their people, and all their wealth and resources use it on their people. Fuck everybody else. But that's who black people all fist in the air about. That's some interesting stuff there. But shout out to Sika. Sika is saying, waiting for dudes to get back to the initial topic. This whole thing got thrown off because dudes decided to make this about black versus immigrants. Now we further from solutions. Yeah, we do that on this channel from time to time. We get far upfield and it'd be like a secondary, thirdary, fourthary topic from time to time. That happens, and I ain't mad about it. Like we can roll with it. We can roll with it.
There are no solutions. Just trade-offs. There are no solutions.
Good shit.
You have to give up something.
Yep, that's what I said earlier. David Johnson says, black immigrants, you're either on the team with ADOS or you're not. And actions, building, networking, and struggling. Speak louder than words. No, playing both sides when it's convenient for you. Thumbs down. Thumbs down. Shame on you, black immigrants. Shame on you. All right. Shout out to David Johnson. Appreciate the super chats. I thought it was somebody else, but all right, we damn near about to wrap this bad boy up. Soul Provider, y'all don't think you said nothing in a while, so go ahead. I'll pass the mic to you. And then we'll start taking some final words. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for your patience and your decorum on the panel. Everybody running their mouth and you ain't even really said a whole lot. Go ahead.
No problem. So yeah, I agree with the Black Panther theory. I think that shit's a joke because I mean it's a fucking white man who owns that shit. I mean, R.I.P. to Stan Lee, but that's a white man's movie. That's not our movie. So even us Africans don't own that shit. So I find that hilarious. And Tank, you mentioned something earlier about Africans still using their native names. What would you prefer us to do? Or do you think that Africans should change their names or something?
No, I think you should be loud and proud of who you are. The point I was making is that the one brother was on the panel saying that we're all blended in together and no one can tell us apart. And what I'm saying is, yeah, they actually do know who you are because you have a name that distinguishes you from us on your paperwork, and you have a different phenotype as well. So no, be who you are. Be loud and proud.
Hold on, white people can't tell the difference between a phenotype versus Africans or Black Americans because they can't tell two Black Americans apart, and one of them gonna be light skinned and one of them gonna be dark skinned. They'll still pick the wrong one up out of a lineup. So we can't put that on white people. We know they can't tell native blacks apart. So
yeah,
but that is a fair point. Well, I don't know if it's a fair point, but I remember when I sold cars to some Arab guys, and one of their names was I don't know if he changed his name because I guess he didn't want to be called something that sounded like for lack of a better way to describe it, he didn't want to sound like he didn't want to sound like a terrorist. One of their names was Happy, and the other one's name was Sunny. They were Sunny and Happy. That's what they changed their name to just try to assimilate better, I guess. But I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think that's required. I don't think they need to do that.
They sound even more like terrorists with that shit.
I know. Code name Sunny. Like that, that's a terrorist code name.
And then Pablo, you mentioned the nigga price. Basically, that's what you were saying. So I'm just wondering, is there like a coupon on that? Like for new niggas, like is there a coupon on
the gringo price? Well, look, you guys are paying the gringo price in the teasing and the harassing and all that, which is I mean, really, come on, man.
But I'll say this: I'll agree with what Fatal Dose was saying, right? I think I got a kind of a pass because, well, how I sound. I'm American. I was born here. But maybe if I had an accent, maybe I would have dealt with some other bullshit. So probably that's probably.
Well, I'm sure you got teased for something else.
Maybe you got teased for sounding white. Well,
for sounding white. There you go.
Yep. And my name's
So I mean, listen. Like I said, Culturally, when you come to another country, there is a trade-off for the advantages that you might receive from making that move, is my point. And when I'm in Colombia, guess what? I make a cultural trade-off. Okay, I get more beautiful women, I get more cooperative women, but there's some other shit that's negative, like the gringo price that I have to deal with, that I have to pay. Now, I'm not going down there and start telling them, oh, y'all gonna make me pay the gringo price. You know what? I find somebody that's Colombian, like Fantastic said, I find somebody that's Colombian that I get along with, that to help me work around that fuckery, right? So same way Fatal Dose went and moved him, bought himself a house away from you crazy niggas that want to call him a black African booty scratcher. He went and moved away from them. Now he beat the gringo price here in America. There you have it.
I hear you, man. I hear you, man. But yeah, man. I just think it's funny that we're still having this conversation. I mean, a lot of people will try to bring up this African versus Black American shit, and it gets kind of old. I don't know why we're still.
Why is it? Why? No. Why is it old? You don't want to hear it because it's true. Because it's true, man. Every time it comes up, you guys act like it's something that we're past or whatever. The bottom line is, immigrants come over here, never reach out an olive branch to the black man.
Well,
It's just the truth.
I have
Not
friends.
saying that you have to, not saying that you even had to, but my thing is, if you didn't do it, then don't criticize anything. Come over here, handle your handle, do your mission, and get going.
Yeah, I got friends who are American and African, so I just keep.
So do I, and they say the same thing.
Okay, cool. So why do you sound?
There's no need to gaslight. I can sound how I want to sound, but there's no need to gaslight to act like you're so above it and we're so beyond it. It comes up because it still exists. And it's going to exist for as long as you keep denying it.
You know what's funny about this whole conversation, especially this little element of the conversation? Like, I remember growing up, a lot of the movies that you watch, especially like those black movies, we were always trying to get away from each other. We ain't never, I don't remember growing up watching movies about like the 80s and 90s and the 2000s about like black people struggling to get away from racism. We were struggling to get out the hood. We were struggling to get away from niggas who don't like us.
Yeah,
Right.
The plot of Menace to Society was Kane trying to get out of the hood. Yeah, I think that's the point you're making. You're talking about movies where they were trying to get away from niggas. Yeah, that's an element into the thing. This whole African American versus African thing, I didn't know nothing about that until got online. I honestly didn't.
Same here.
It wasn't that much of a thing. Even when I dated a chick that was from Kenya, I just thought it was cool. I enjoyed. I didn't think none of this stuff that we're talking about now. I just enjoyed talking to her and just asking her about Africa. We just had some interesting conversations. I asked her some probably fucked up conversations, like has she ever seen a lion when she wasn't supposed to see one? Like how we just chilling and then somebody in a loose pit bull walk up and I'm like, have a loose lion ever just pulled up on your eye? Like, whoa, shit! Like, she said
women, it's not really an issue.
I would ask though.
She said that really don't happen, but okay. I was like, all right, I'm just curious.
I dated a Nigerian girl for a hot minute, and she told me that her father told her don't even date Nigerian men. I found that interesting. I was like, why did he tell you that? She said, because he said Nigerian men are no good. They cheaters and they beat women. So he prefers you to talk to an American man. She said, yes. I said, wow. So the nuance is all over the place when it comes to Africans.
Oh, well, I'll tell you why most women will say that. Even on YouTube, they say that they bitch about that. It's because, well, there's patriarchy there. And I mean, as a man, you can do whatever the fuck you want in Africa for the most part. So, of course, they want to escape that shit.
Yeah,
they don't want to get the patriarchy.
I say we start the Black Women Back to Africa exchange program today. They keep claiming they want to go back. They need to taste of that shit for about a month and watch how. Again, man, for real, man. I don't think
trade them out. You're trying to trade them out and keep their ass there. That's what you're trying to do.
1 for 1, man. 1 for 1 until they tap out. And they gotta sign a contract to come back. No back talking, no eye rolling, no lip smacking, no none of that. All that shit is dead. After you deal with Matumbo and them for about a good month, hey, You come back here humble, you and prop
They down there getting Matumbo swatting them and finger wagging their ass. They ain't coming.
No, not in my house. Shut up, bitch.
Of course, I'm not saying I know that's fuckery, man. I know that's fuckery. I agree with Bernard, man. Like you said, there's fuckery in Nigeria.
Let me hit the first and second generation. Let me hit the first and second generation immigrants to something that's a uncomfortable truth about Americans. Americans in general are not nice people. I hate to break it to you. Americans in general are not nice people. When I go out of this country and I speak broken Spanish or whatever, do you know what happens? People tend to try to help me. When you come here and you speak broken English, people get upset, they get impatient, and they don't want to deal with you.
As I should. Like, hey, damn it, give me a manager. Shut up. I don't want to hit Habib. Shut up. I don't want to talk to you. I hate that. I hate when I call it.
I heard a white lady at Walmart very eloquently say to somebody from another country, she said, you need to speak American. That's what you told her.
She's motherfucking right.
I was like, damn. But American,
that's one. Yes, because you in America.
Because English is not American is different from English. Most of these niggas can't speak English to save their life, so it's definitely an American.
I guess I didn't know American was a language. My bad.
It definitely is. American is definitely a language.
All right.
Yeah, that's true. You should learn it. Learn the damn language. I mean, there's no excuse if you live in the damn country.
You're already in this pressure cooker. We don't need you coming over here holding us up because you can't.
Yeah, man, exactly.
Get out what you need to get out.
I agree. You need to learn English, broken or not broken, but American. That was a new one on me, speaking American. But New, thank you for the super chat. They can't tell the difference because police sketch artists think we all look alike. Absolutely. Good men in the building said her dad said to get with one of them out of the matriarchy. I'm just joking, y'all. Oh no, you cool. All right, damn, we almost on marathon territory, so we got to wrap this bad boy up. Anybody got anything else they want to add to this? Anything they feel like they didn't get in through all the cacophony of niggas barking back and forth? Do you want to? Anybody? We can start from businessman number one. Go ahead and get your first and last words in. Go ahead, you got it. Going once. Going twice.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. Hey, this thing with the separation of foreign blacks and American blacks, it's been going on since probably like the mid 80s. You had actually American black women who their answer to their male romantic problems was to actually go to the Caribbean, go to Africa, and actually get a suitor there. And they've been doing this for a while. Now they just jumped the ship to look for a Caucasian man. But the thing that I think a lot of us actually did allude to is the reason why we aren't as successful, and we kind of blame lots of things on racism because we lack that network that a lot of the foreigners have when they come here, because they tend to deal with themselves in business to make their objectives more attainable, whereas Black Americans, we don't necessarily use each other as resources to get business and education wise. And when you kind of look at there has been some rumbling, and if you look at the statistics since pre 2015, they actually start saying that if you look at the immigrant population, and this is all immigrants from the Indians to the Asians, they saying that the Nigerian immigrant is probably the most successful immigrant when you look at the finances and the education. They are pretty much up in the top, and that is pretty much based on their network. When they want to get things done, they stay amongst each other. They look for Nigerian architects, they look for Nigerian accountants, and they pretty much keep their money and their resources within their network. And then when they need something, then they would come to American blacks and say, oh, brother man, the white man exists to use us so they can get the resources that they need. But their primary thing is to do like other immigrants, is to pretty much work within their system to grow their system, so then they could pretty much attain what they want to attain. And also something you mentioned too, Bernard, is that you are exactly correct that the immigrants that come here, that is a person who pretty much is well off, their family is well off, they have an opportunity, whether it's education, athletics, some type of system push them to be ambitious and come here. Whereas if we to the reverse, a black person who wants to go to Italy and study and start a business, that is an ambitious black person.
Yes,
So
that's an exceptional black person. Yes, exactly.
Yes. So you are absolutely correct. It's the network and it's the exceptional people that comes here and do very well, and they have a system. That's pretty much why I wanted to just jump in and say nothing else.
Right on, right on. Thanks. We just gonna go all the way up. Probably should say fantastic for last, just in case he probably want to drop some. But he don't start a fire and then cause a debating for a whole nother hour. But I'm going to you right now, fantastic. You got it. Don't start a fire on the way out the door. Fantastic, you there?
Nah, man. Yeah. You can hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You got it. You got it. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm fantastic. Ain't gonna be Johnny Storm. I ain't gonna be Johnny Storm, bro. I appreciate you for having me on, man. As usual. Just again, bro. We gotta get out of this aspect, bro. If you want power, bro, you gotta make power moves, and you're gonna need to collab with people, bro. So, like I said, if you go somewhere and you have, especially in a country, a African country or just the whole continent of Africa, shout out to O'Shea. You need to be able to have black men everywhere on the planet where you don't have to worry about a gringo price or whatnot, what have you. You get black men in power in certain areas and they intertwine themselves to where they have to be there, or they make themselves a necessity by the means of economics, resources, whatever it may be. Then you don't really have to worry about those, them hiked up prices. But hey, man, y'all niggas can't be cool with finessing the nigga on the pack, but you don't want to, deal with a nigga because he's black, man. So y'all got it, bro. I'm out.
All right, thanks, fantastic. All right, go ahead, Pablo. You got it.
Yeah, man. And I just want to say, it's a bit of an unrealistic expectation to think you're just gonna, drop in the United States of America with your family, and in 2 generations you're gonna be treated like people that have been here for 400 years. That's not a realistic expectation. My family knows the families of the original Africans that landed at Jamestown on that Spanish warship that were here 304. We know the names of their families. That's how far back my family goes here, man. So to think that you're just gonna drop in here and after 20 years you're gonna be treated like a native, that's not a realistic expectation, man.
Right on. Hood Conservative in the building. One last time. Go ahead. Glad you came up.
Yeah, like I was saying before, man, what they sell to us as black unity is just a fucking marketing scheme, man. That's all it is. All this black unity talk is basically a marketing scheme. The best thing you can do as an individual is think about what's absolutely best for you, go for that shit, and then team up with people who are moving ahead, in the same direction. But this concept of black unity is just something they keep selling us so we can get stuck in the same spot. So I'm going to end it with that, man. Y'all take care. I'll see you on the next stream, bro.
All right, thanks, man. Soul Provider, you got it.
Hey, man, thanks for having me. I'm going to keep it short. Just keep doing your thing, Bernard. See you later.
All right, thanks, man. Me and you probably got a collab at some point. I remember you. I don't know. I think when I shared one of your videos before, you emailed me about something.
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah. I never responded. I got a bad habit of losing emails, but yeah, email me so I can save your email. Yeah, we probably just in case, we probably work on a collab, do something together at some point. But Tank Johnson in the building. Go ahead. You got the last words.
Oh man, I had a good time on the panel with you brothers today. We just
you brought the heat, boy. You came in. You wasn't about no bull today, man.
Nah, man,
came in all guns blazing. But go ahead.
Oh yeah. Well, they needed that, man. Everyone needs to stay on their toes. Iron sharpens iron. We don't always have to disagree, but I think at the end of the day, economics is what separates everything. So as conservatives say, we're never going to have black unity. I don't know if I fully agree with that, but I do know if you want things to get better, you have to be economically intertwined. You know, Africans should be doing business with black men, and black men should be doing business with Africans. If we can ever get to that point. But that's it for me, man. See you on the next stream, bro.
All right, thanks. And I'd like to thank everybody who came through today, everybody who liked. If you liked, you shared, you subscribed. If you didn't, go right after you get off of here and go watch my my pre-recorded stream where I talked about the brother that cussed out the women who was twerking on the table at his or the chair or whatever at his establishment. I did a pre-recorded on that. So if you haven't watched that already, go check that out. Check that out when we get out of here. But without further ado, good brothers, good people, y'all was on decent behavior today. Yeah, I didn't show all the way the hell out, even though we did have a good time. But I'd like to thank everybody for coming on through. We out of here. Shout out to New, came through a few times on the super chat. See you down there. Shout out to everybody. I can't shout out everyone. I'm not even gonna try to do some individual shout outs, but shout out to everybody who helped participate and make this thing possible today. Appreciate you. We out of here. Peace.